So may I call Professor Brenda A. Hussein of the College of Nursing, one of the faculty members of the College of Nursing. She will be presenting to us the activities for 2 days of Mindanao State University, Sulu, and Cape Comorin Trust, India. So may I now present Professor Brenda Hussein to give us the overview for the presentation that we will going to have today and tomorrow. Okay, Professor Brenda Hussein, you may now start with our first activity.
بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. لم into the night is already 12:09 in the afternoon. So this would be with Office of Internationalization of University to Philippines, Pre-Comorin Track India, School International Conference, shall it business friends prepared college with the two global dimensions and employing well organization and law and governance. This would be held today and tomorrow with the Philippine time 12:30 in the afternoon until 7:30 in the afternoon. This is via Google Meet. The NSC committee first, we meet the J. Abdurrahman, the Chancellor 2 of Mindanao State University, Sulu. We have also Dr. R.S. Regine Selves, President of Cape Comorin Trust, India. For the international organizer, of course, we have Dr. Magna Anisa A. Hayudini, Director for International Relations of Mindanao State University, Philippines. Yours truly, Professor Hussein, Faculty of College of Nursing, and Graduate School Secretary of Mindanao State University, Sulu. We have for the convener, we have Dr. Shalcha Vasudeva, Associate Professor, Department of Political Science, Shahid Gaptin Vikram Batra, Government Degree, College Palampur, Himachal Pradesh, of Comorin International Store. For our next Professor Meda, in the international NATO of Damu sorry we have our we have the third number and of the great school of Mindanao University will discuss about an well-being and impact towards July 31 to 2020 and to 30 in the afternoon. We have also Dr. Asri Ihajibun, Professor 6, Dean of the College of Public Affairs and Criminology of Mindanao State University, Sulu, in which he will be discussing about fiscal law and governance. It will be tomorrow, July 31, 2023 at 1:30 afternoon Philippine time to 2:30 in the afternoon. Of course, we have Dr. Mary P. Jalan Alha, a for the University of Mindanao State University, which he will be and and students prepared students, we will be discussing it one and have Kapampangan, the Director for International Affairs, University of Philippines. This topic will be integrating an intercultural aspect through global dimension, in which he will be following the discussion of Dr. Professor Neri Jalani at 1:30 in the afternoon Philippine time until 2:30 in the afternoon. Okay. So, in a while, we will be waiting for our speaker to be online.
Okay, thank you, Professor Brenda Hussein, for the presentation of the activities for 2 days that will be presented by MSU, Sulu, and Topic Marine Trust of India. So this time, while waiting for the first presenter, may I introduce to you and introduce to you about Mindanao State University Sulu. Okay. Mindanao State University Sulu is from the country of Philippines. We are located at the southern part of the Philippines. It's actually the end tail of the country. So Philippines is divided into three parts: Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. So Mindanao State University Sulu is particularly located in Mindanao, which is the southern part of the Philippines. However, may I discuss about to you what is Mindanao State University Sulu in the Philippines. So Mindanao State University has its system, which we have more than 10 campuses. And one of its campus is from Mindanao State University, Sulu. So, this is a higher education institution headed by our supportive and active Chancellor, Dr. Nagdir J. Abdurrahman, and of course, presided by our President of MSU System, President Attorney Basari Mapupuno. So he will not be around this afternoon, both of them, since they have very busy and they have an equally important activity that they are having right now. So with that, since Mindanao State University Sulu is a higher education institution run by our supportive and active Chancellor Dr. Nagder J. Abdurrahman, this is a public school, an institution wherein it caters thousands of students who would like to finish a bachelor's degree in accountancy, in public affairs, in nursing, um, in College of Arts and Sciences, computer education, computer engineering, in information technology, fisheries, and agriculture, and the like. So since it is a public co-educational institution of higher education that focus on instruction, research, and extension. This is the main focus of our institution. Uh, these are the services which is located in the municipality of Halo, Sulu. This campus was established in 1974 by Mindanao State University Board of Regents through resolution number 860 series of 1974. So as of today, as I've mentioned earlier, our president our president in the system is Attorney Basaridi Mapupuno. Um, this activity is about our virtual conference this morning is actually having professors who will going to discuss different topics and different areas in science, particularly in law, particularly in social sciences and humanities. So it is very important nowadays to deal the significance of every students around the world. So especially how we will be dealing with them, how we will going to um, uh, 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 talk to them, how we will going to appreciate them, how we will going to manage them. So this is very important. That's why the Capi Comorin Trust and Mindanao State University Sulu has decided to come up with this kind of collaboration. This is particularly for the faculty development and of course for the students development. So this conference is an international virtual conference, and we're very lucky that Kapi Comarin Trust has trusted us to be part of their organization's plan and activities, especially an international engagement like this. So we are very happy and grateful for having Dr. Shalja and Dr. Silvis and the rest of the committee of the Cape Comarin Trust for, of course, making Mindanao State University Sulu, Philippines part of their mandate in providing lectures, international research presentations that we will be having later this afternoon. And uh, by the way, the topic areas that we will be presenting for 2 days will include, of course, about financial law and governance, which is very important nowadays, especially when we talk about governance, good governance, and how we will going to manage its fiscal autonomy and fiscal authorities, and at the same time, anything that talks about money, budgeting, and of course, preparation for the fiscal uh, education. And here in the Philippines and even around the world, we are having such problem with regards to financial matters. So as for now, inshallah, uh, by tomorrow we can have it discussed in this forum. And then by we will be having also um, lecture with regards to uh, we will also be having lectures on community ma'am task. Oh, okay. Employee well-being. Okay, we will also be discussing about employees' well-being. So as of today, every employees and every workers must be must know what they are going to do and what are the things that they have to understand, especially when they are working, whether they are a government employees or whether they are NGOs or whether they are in a business corporation or private institutions. So they have to understand what will be their importance and what is their role in, of course, in the organization that they are in. Because if you are a worker or if you are employed, you must always think of what you can help in the organization, and what are your responsibilities and what are your accountabilities. Those are the things that are very important in, of course, dealing with your employees and knowing your role as an employee. And then we will also be discussing about the welfare of the students, especially it will be discussed later by Dr. Neri, which accordingly that students are the future of our generation. So therefore, we must instill to the students' mind the of course the call of what is really the importance of being a student and what are their roles and accountabilities and responsibilities in the school premises. So particularly, they have to understand also how they will going to incline themselves in leadership and how they will going to be a good student and obedient student to the school, not just to their teachers but also to their colleagues, to their uh, to their comrades and classmates as well, and also to the head of every institution. Okay, so we will also be discussing, since nowadays globalization is very important to discuss, is we will also going to tackle that later this afternoon, in which we believe that internationalization is also important to discuss nowadays, since as what we have observed that even in virtual conference like this we can already communicate each other. So with that maybe we could have we could have some we could have an interaction, proper collaboration and partnership, especially in research, innovations, and of course, discussions like this. So again, we are happy that that Capico Marine Trust has been our good partners ever since. So we are glad with that. By the way, I'm Dr. Magna Anisa A. Hayudini, presenting the uh, what is Mindanao State University Sulu and what will be our conference, and at the same time the topic areas that we will going to have. And unfortunately, our Chancellor, Dr. Nagdir J. Abdurrahman, he is very delighted that the Kapi Comorin Trust has continuing their efforts and services, and at the same time partnership with Mindanao State University Sulu with regards of uh, collaboration like this. He could not be around since he is also busy since yesterday and even last night they went home very late because he has also important activities, equally important activities that he has to face right now. So he has given me the authority to be part and of course to welcome you all for uh, to welcome all the participants around the world, and he's very thankful for supporting Mindanao State University Philippines and Cape Comorin Trust for all their activities and collaborations. And I would also like to acknowledge all the participants who are with us this afternoon. Uh, may I may I call your attention? Okay, Professor Milda, thank you for your attendance this afternoon, Dr. Shalja, and Dr. Kamari, Dr. Harisha Sachin, Dr. Jeba, Dr. Swati, Dr. Priyangha, Professor Engineer Al Sharif, uh, Sir Professor Jimar, and then Professor Ma'am Fatima Sharika Hayudini. I think she's also around. Ma'am Arcana Jumdail and the rest of the participants who are with us this afternoon. Thank you for your presence. And I hope you will also going to attend the activities that we will going to have now and in the future. So I think before we will going to start with the first presenter, can we please wait? Can you please wait for a minute? We will just going to settle any glitches that we have right now. Thank you for listening and have a great day ahead of you. Thank you very much. Good afternoon once again. Sorry for the inconvenience. As of this time, we are still waiting for our first presenter, Dr. Professor Neri Jalani, to give his presentation. And Alhamdulillah, we have reached already his presence. And he is now preparing to present his paper. But however, can we please wait for a minute? Sorry for the inconvenience once again. We hope that the next presentation will not happen again like this. So we have to wait for a few minutes for him to connect with us this afternoon. Um, but before that, may we introduce him? May I ask our uh, co-moderator to also present him? Kindly wait for a while. Okay, hello. Our next moderator for to introduce our presenter is Professor Fatima Sharidska Hayudini Sakandal. She is a professor from the College of Business Administration and Accountancy at Mindanao State University, Sulu. So she's been working as a faculty employee at the university for almost 10 years now, and he is teaching in accountancy department and in business administration department. His she is known as a good faculty and a good lecturer, and at the same time um, she is also a researcher by profession. So may I welcome our next moderator, Professor Sakandal, to please present the next presenter. Okay. Professor Sakandal, you may now introduce Professor Neri.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Bakag na? Open. Professor Neri Jalani, he is the director for NSTP, Mindanao State University, Sulu. He is also a full Professor 3 academic rank. So this afternoon, Philippine time, he will be discussing enhancing civic consciousness and defense preparedness college students. And then, Sir Neri?
Thank you, Professor Neri. Thank you, Professor Sakandal, for the presentation and introducing our first presenter. So as of this time, since our first presenter is not yet online, but however, may I introduce him as well? He is actually one of the professors of the he is one of the professors of the Mindanao State University, Cebu, and he is now been promoted to full Professor 3, and he is working for more than 30 years already in Mindanao State University, Sulu. He is actually the director for student activities like NSTP and CWTS. So particularly delivering welfare and services to the community by enhancing leadership trainings to their students in Mindanao State University, Sulu. So uh, we will wait for him until, okay, I think 2 minutes more we will going to wait for him. Kindly wait for a while. Okay, I think Professor Neri Jalani is already on the line. Professor Neri Jalani, kindly join the program because the international partners and attendees this afternoon are already waiting for you. Welcome to the conference, Professor Neri Jalani. You may now start with your presentation. Thank you. Professor Neri Jalani, can you hear us? Can you please unmute yourself so that everyone can hear your voice?
Hello, hello. Can you hear me?
Okay,
Hello.
we can hear you now, the Professor Neri Jalani.
Auzu billahi minasyaitonir rajim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh. A pleasant day to all our viewers, listeners, and research educators, as well as students. Good afternoon. Good day. Today, am I online already? Can you hear me? Okay. It is a great privilege to be invited to speak and lecture on a subject matter that is not only relevant, significant, vital, and timely, but also critical in terms of the content, application, and impact to students, parents, the public, and the government as well. Okay, let me bend it like this. So, as a faculty
Doc,
member of
Doc, can
Mindanao
you
State University,
can you
yes,
upload
ma'am.
can you please upload your presentation?
Please upload. My assistant
Yes.
is here. Uh, my assistant, Atslan Sali, in the College of Computer Science. Uh, my apologies for coming in late due to weak signal in our place. So welcome once again to the International Conference on Social Sciences, Law, and the Humanities. My topic this afternoon or today is about enhancing civic consciousness and defense preparedness among college students. Okay. So as a member of the community, as a parent, and as a faculty member, I am concerned with the education of our children who are students of this particular subject in college. I am aware of the many consequences that can happen or transpire within the school premises where this program usually takes place. At the same time, I'm also worried that untoward incidents may affect the life of these students when something bad or unfortunate arise from the program implementers. On a happy note, nothing bad on a larger scale has been documented. And so far, it can be said as isolated cases and far from serious, but it cannot be simply set aside. That's why there are reactions and reactions taken to make things better and safer. Now, before proceeding to a more serious discussion on the outset, let me thank the organizers. First, the Office of Internationalization at MSU Sulu, Philippines, headed by its very active director, Dr. Magna Anisa Aming Hayudini. And of course, our Chancellor, Professor Nagdir Abdurrahman, as well as our partners and collaborators from India, from Cape Comorin Trust International. This International Forum on Social Sciences, Law, and the Humanities can be considered as landmark program for students, researchers, and educators who are in search for raw materials, information, and varying first-hand information on a variety of knowledge. It is also a venue to hone and perfect our communication skills and research abilities. Of course, there are lots of positive inputs that can be derived from this forum. Being the director of the National Service Training Program in our MSU Sulu campus, it is presumed that there are a lot of insights regarding the implementation of student programs that can be shared to everyone. And these are personal experiences encountered during the 8 years in the department. I guess an hour won't suffice for all the issues and concerns that may turn out during this forum today. So to all viewers, listeners, wish me luck. In the past, then President Ferdinand E. Marcos, the late father of our president today, Bongbong Marcos Jr., once said to the youth, "Never again shall we be caught unprepared. Let us always remember Bataan." Well, the events that led to the fall of Bataan and Corridor and the death of many Filipinos should remain a stark reminder of how we were not able to defend our land due to our weak defense preparations. Indeed, it was a fight to the last round of ammunition. Many Filipinos didn't die in the battle, but more of the disease and the neglect that it got. In the 70s, the Philippine government hosted a lot of seminars on youth community service throughout the regions of the country. The youth camps were attended by young people and were considered as the youth of today and the leaders of tomorrow. These training programs were envisioned and undertaken to prepare the youth for leadership roles which they will assume in the years to come. National development requires foresight, hindsight, and insight on the part of the youth who would aspire to become leaders. This youth underwent the basics, the various encounters such as lecture forum, commission sessions, symposia, evaluation sessions, dialogues, cultural presentations, and socials. Through all these encounters, the trainees in all these programs will see for themselves the challenges they'll have to face as they prepare for leadership roles in the years to come. This training program is an investment for the future with the end in view of preparing committed and dedicated leaders. So with this overview, we ask this question ourselves today: what went wrong with the trainings of the past years? Aren't they relevant today? Aren't they effective anymore? Do we need to amend, appeal, repeal, rewrite these laws? Do we need to legislate more laws that will improve the lot of the youth? Are the laws that we have not enough to enhance the capabilities of the youth? Or is the problem with the laws or with the implementation or implementers? These and many more questions may arise in our quest for a better future for the youth and the generation to come. Next slide, please. Let me start with the overview of the National Service Program that we have instilled in our university at Mindanao State University, Sulu, in Southern Philippines, in the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Mindanao in the Philippines. So to start with, Brigadier General Jose Sihoko narrated in his book, Military Education in the Philippines, that military education started during the Spanish colonial years. However, some writers said that the real origin of the military education in the Philippines started in 1912 at the University of the Philippines. So it's very recent. And during this time of the Philippine Commonwealth under then President Manuel L. Quezon, Commonwealth Act number 1, otherwise known as the National Defense Act, was signed into law on December 23, 1935, which designed the Philippine Army as a citizen army. The National Defense Act of 1935 resulted in the compulsory military training for all Filipino youth aged 18 and up, and also as a requirement for male college students before graduation. This Commonwealth Act number 1 was not fully implemented due to the outbreak of World War II, and most of the products of ROTC were called to the battlefield in 1942 and served the country during the Japanese occupation. Right after World War II, another executive order number 59 was issued, making the mandatory inclusion of the Reserve Officers Training Corps in the curricula of all colleges and universities in the country. And from then on, ROTC became a requisite for graduation in college. Now, during the time of President Ferdinand E. Marcos, Presidential Decree 1706, or the National Service Law, was issued, which provided for compulsory national service of all Filipino citizens and amending certain provisions of Commonwealth Act number 1. Next slide, please. So to continue, Section 2 of Presidential Decree 1706 states, national service shall be obligatory for all citizens of the Philippines. And as used in this decree, national service shall consist of 3 main programs, namely civic welfare service, law enforcement, and military service. This law calls for each citizen to render national service in any of the three main programs. However, the NSTO PD number 1706 was not fully implemented except for the military training service. Hence, the ROTC continued as a major requirement for graduation for all male college students. While on September 17, 1991, the Congress of the Philippines passed Republic Act number 7077. And in section 38 and 39 of this uh, bill or Republic Act, it provided that students in colleges and universities and similar institutions of learning are required or were required to enroll in the ROTC program. And this involves 2 years of mandatory basic ROTC training. So in the year 2001, on December 19, in response to the call for the abolition of the ROTC program, it being no longer responsive to the needs of the present time, both houses of Congress and Senate passed House Bill number 9163, known as the National Service Training Program Act of 2001. President Gloria Macapagal Arroyo signed it into law on January 23, 2002, and it was implemented in school year 2002-2003. And what is this National Service Training Program Act of 2001? It provides for all freshman college students to enroll in any of the three components of the program, namely, one, we have the Reserve Officers Training Corps or ROTC. The second is Literacy Training Service or LTS. And the third is the Civil Welfare Training Service or CWTS. Next slide, please. Okay, before we go to the NSTP component 3, let me update you with the government effort that is ongoing right now. The role of government is the promotion of the common good. And government institutions, for that matter, are mandated by the Constitution to serve the people. And we can truly see this in our government institutions, such as the Houses of Senate and Congress, the Commission on Higher Education, the Technical Education, and the AFP, or the Armed Forces of the Philippines, the Department of National Defense, the state universities and colleges, and other government institutions. And we can see how serious it is making sure that Filipino youth are taken care of and given the much needed attention. And as far as the issues that we have today, on the aspect of enhancing the program with regards to civic consciousness and defense preparedness of college students, the national government has always answered the call by passing bills and presidential decrees that would lead to a better civil welfare training service program or the National Service Training Program. So let's look at the third component of the program, which is the NSTP, which is the CWTS component. It says that all incoming college freshmen, either male or female, enrolled in any 4-year degree course or 2-year technical vocational or associate courses are expected to complete one NSTP component of their choice as a graduation requirement. This means that with the three components that is being offered in the schools, a student who enrolls as freshman has the option to choose which component he or she will take up as a requirement for graduation. The ROTC, or the Reserve Officer Training Corps, is designed to provide military training to tertiary level students, which is aimed at motivating, training, organizing, and mobilizing them for national defense preparedness. The LTS, or Literary Training Service, is designed to train the students to teach literacy and numeracy skills to school children, to out-of-school youth, and other segments of society in need of their service. While the CWTS, or the Civil Welfare Training Service program, is designed to promote the general welfare and the betterment of life for the members of the community, or the enhancement of its facilities, especially those devoted to improving the health, education, ecology, and environment, entrepreneurship, safety, recreation, and morals of the citizenry, and other social welfare services. Now, there are two major elements of the CWTS program, and these are civic consciousness and defense preparedness, which is the topic of my report today. In the ROTC program, it deals with defense preparedness within the context of the military, while in the CWTS program, it affords a more expanded and socially inclined paradigm. The students of CWTS are required to carry out projects and services contributory to the general welfare and quality of life of most Filipinos. They are expected to learn and acquire the values and skills in community organization and development, and at the same time improve oneself as a community leader and implementer of the CWTS programs and services. We have fundamentalism and parochialism, which are precisely at the core of terrorism and counterterrorism policies that horrendously plague nations, including the Philippines, and international relations. Educational institutions have this crucial role in shaping the minds of the youth, particularly in understanding cultural diversity, civic awareness, tolerance, and universal values. One way of preparing our young citizens for any threat on national security is through the understanding of the expanded meaning of defense preparedness and becoming more responsibly conscious of the environment and community. So this means that defense preparedness does not only pertain to military or warfare, but it can also be in other forms of preparedness, such as disasters and some other natural calamities. Each of these NSTP component will be undertaken for an academic period of 2 semesters and is credited for 3 units per semester with around 54 to 90 training hours per semester. And this implementation of the program will be overseen and monitored by the Commission on Higher Education, the regional offices, the TESDA, or the Technical Education and Skills Development Authority, provincial and district offices, and the Department of National Defense, the Armed Forces of the Philippines, through major service reserve commands under their respective jurisdiction, to determine if the training conducted are in consonance with Republic Act 9163. So under the CWTS LTS program, we have designed a paradigm of which we can use and follow. This paradigm is not explanatory. We have at the top, we have the CWTS LTS program, and then we are mandated to at least follow the mission, and goals of the 2 programs. And within 1 year, we have offered CWTS 1 or LTS 1. And for the second semester, we have CWS 2 and LTS 2. Sorry for the mistake there. So during the first semester of the program, we have program implementation designs, wherein we have teaching learning strategies, we have action learning options, and through these learning designs, we have lectures or lecture forums. We also have experiential learning. We have field trips and surveys. We have action research, and we have project-based learning. And through all these strategies, we have the school and community civic welfare services implementation. And then throughout the year, we have evaluation feedback, we have progress program assessment in order to see what is effective and what can be done to make it better and improve the program implementation. Next slide, please. So once again, we go back to the Republic Act 9163, which is an act establishing the National Service Training Program. This is for tertiary level students, and this is an amendment for decree number 1706 and for other purposes. Let us examine or see for ourselves the key elements of this RA 9163. This act shall be known as the National Service Training Program Act of 2001. It is hereby affirmed the prime duty of the government to serve and protect its citizens, to defend the security of the state, and in the fulfillment thereof, the government may require each citizen to render personal, military, or civil service. So this line pertains to what kind of service that citizens should render to the country. So it can be a simple personal service, military, or we can also serve in the civil program. Recognizing the youth's vital role in nation building, the state shall promote civic consciousness among the youth and shall develop their physical, moral, spiritual, intellectual, and social being. It shall inculcate in the youth patriotism, nationalism, and advance their involvement in public and civic affairs. In pursuit of these goals, the youth, the most valuable resources of the nation, shall be motivated, trained, organized, and mobilized in military training, literacy, civic welfare, and other similar endeavors in the service of the nation. So this clause will definitely define the role of the youth and the government in terms of services. Then we have this definition of the services. I think this is already a repetition of what I have said earlier, so we can move on to the next. So we'll talk now about the establishment of the NSTP program. There is hereby established an NSTP program which shall form part of the curricula of the baccalaureate degree courses of at least 2-year vocational courses and is a requisite for graduation consisting of the following service components. So ROTC, LTS, and CWTS. The ROTC under the NSTP is hereby made optional and voluntary upon the effectivity of this act, shall instill patriotism, moral virtues, respect for rights of civilians, and adherence to the Constitution, among others. And citizenship training shall be given emphasis in all 3 training programs, components. So it's very clear. So here I have included a sample outline of the CWTS topics and modules that we have prepared throughout the years. So there are 3 columns here, 1, 2, and 3. And each one we have a set of subjects to be taught and discussed and explained, and furthermore to be implemented when the time and place warrants it. So in column 1, we have introduction to the NSTP program. We also have lectures on self-awareness, on communalism and nationalism, We have security and defense preparedness. We have civic consciousness. We have a prelude to community development and community organizing. We have included entrepreneurship, culture and arts, sports education, and relevant topics. While in the second column, we have again the NSTP CWT's curricular program. We have self-awareness and values development. We also included youth leadership training and organization. Then we have the values and of good citizenship and the youth moral recovery program. We have values education and human acts, sports and recreation, healthcare program, national security concerns, disaster management program, and literacy training program. While the last column, we have the NSTP common module, values development, leadership values, team building, health and drugs education, ecological education, disaster management, environmental education, national security, business and entrepreneurship. We have the 4R activities and other relevant topics. Now, all this set of topics or subject matter can be interchanged or intertwined. And if we see each one particular subject to be relevant during the time, then we can make use of it and implement it during the period. So there are more issues that we can include, and these are just part of the outline that we have prepared for quite some time. Next slide, please. Okay, so in order to emphasize all the programs, the topics, and as well as the activities of the NSTP or the implementation of the CWTS program, we have a set of year-round activities that we can implement in as far as the subjects are concerned. So it is common that we have classroom lectures, then we have oral presentation by students. We also have film viewing for certain topics. Then we have demonstrations and class group reports. We also conduct seminars, workshops, and lectures by professionals. Then we have outreach programs and immersions. And we have preparation of project proposals for review and implementation. At the same time, we can also conduct cleanliness drive or coastal cleanliness drive, beautification drive of parks and areas that can be developed. We have art competition. We also conduct literary competition, speech and essay writing, for example. We have cultural competitions. We have sports competition. We have tree planting or the Clean and Green program of the government. We have musical cultural presentations, and we conduct regular socialization programs. Along this line, we also have practical exercises. We have role-playing, simulation exercises, research work, case analysis, job and business fair. We have political exercises. We have training on basic survival and basic life support. And then, if possible, also we have relief operations and other relevant activities that we can perform and do with our students as the time, place, and budget requires. So before we go to the key concepts of this lecture, let me go back to what the government has been doing recently in order to enhance the program. So we will look at the national government efforts. There is a pending House Bill number 6687. Because of the many things that happened to the NST program in the past, it is high time that this program will undergo revision and evaluation as well as upgrading. So recently, in December 2022, there has been a clamor to look at and review the program for its effectiveness. And in February this year, a bill was passed. This is House Bill number 6687, which is an amendment to Republic Act numbers 9163. House Bill number 6687 establishes a 2-year mandatory national citizen service training program. So instead of the NSTP, it is now named as NCST program. And this is also implemented by the same institutions, the Commission on Higher Education, the TESDA, or the Technical Education Skills Development Authority, as well as the Department of National Defense. So it mandates that a 2-year NCST shall be mandatory for all students enrolled in the undergraduate program in all public and private HEIs or higher education institutions, and in at least 2-year technical vocational education training courses in all technical vocational institutions in the Philippines. What does this bill mean? So if we look at the NSTP, it says that students, college students, freshman college students have the option to choose one component of the program. So either they will enroll themselves in ROTC or Reserve Officer Training Corps, or they will choose Literacy Training Service or the CWTS or Civic Welfare Training Service component. And that will only take them 1 year, 2 semesters. Now, in this upgraded and new version of the program, students will have to render or to enroll in 4 semesters of NSTP or NCST. And there will be no more options as to the component because all these components are now integrated into one program. So the bill further mandates that the NCST shall be administered to cover undergraduate and post-secondary courses in technical vocational education, and this will be at least cover 240 hours over 2 years or unless otherwise allowed by the chair. So similarly, the measure seeks to train, equip, organize the youth within the current program or frameworks of national and territorial defense in law enforcement, peace and order, and national risk reduction and management, and prepare them for rapid mobilization at the soonest possible time to address national and or local contingencies which may require personnel beyond the capabilities of existing national government, agencies, or local governments. Particularly, one of the bill's objectives is to enhance the capacity of students to mobilize and perform their constitutional duty to render personal military or civil service to the country in times of calamities and disasters, national or local emergencies, rebellion, invasion, or war through the program. So this new version of the NSTP law or the NCST is very accurate in terms of the role of the youth in nation building. So training them to become good citizens and effective citizens and to be able to render services in lieu of the many privileges that a student gets from the government, which is also the role of the government in education. So indeed, there are additional inputs in the House bill which are not present in Republic Act 619163. So this NCST bill is really an enhanced and expanded program in terms of content, coverage, schedule, and goals. Well, it deserves to be adopted if really mean to develop our youths. Although we can see that there are people who go against this program, but nevertheless, what is the goal is to train our citizens to be assets of our country. Another very important development that is going on that the government is trying to do for students who are enrolled in the NSTP program, particularly the ROTC program. There is an ongoing Philippine OTC Games 2023. And for the first time, the Commission on Higher Education and together with its partners recently launched the Philippine ROTC Games 2023 with the aim of promoting the development of sports programs and train young athletes for international competitions. So looking at the ROTC, this is not just simply mobilizing young Filipinos during the times of peace and war, but it is also meant to meet the needs to produce physically fit and healthy individuals. According to its chairman, Chairman Popoy de Vera, the ROTC Games aims to promote the development of sports programs and physical education, foster self-discipline, teamwork, excellence, and train young athletes for national and international competition. This program has already started way back in February and will finally have its end around August or September. So at the very start, it went by there is the recruitment of athletes from all over the ROTC units in the country. And during this period, they have established sports clinics. What are the fields that are being contested in these ROTC games? So we have athletics, we have swimming, boxing, harness, weightlifting, kickboxing, esports. An example of esport is mobile games, right? Basketball, volleyball, target shooting, and demonstration sports. So according to Senator Francis Tolentino, one of the prime movers of this program, the CHED, the Philippine Sports Commission, the Department of National Defense are working together, and they believe that this program will promote camaraderie, will promote teamwork, and what else? Sportsmanship among the Filipino youth, which are important in building bodily strength and character. So there you are. And there are other programs that each of the institutions have undertaken in order to make their students better and promote their well-being. So let's now proceed to the key concepts of this lecture. You see here there are at least 15 that I have enumerated, but due to time constraint, maybe I will just focus on 5 of these concepts. So nevertheless, let me read out: citizenship, civic consciousness, civic leadership, citizens' participation, defense preparedness, empowerment, human security, leadership, military defense, nationalism, patriotism, power, social responsibility, sustainable development, and volunteerism. So let's look at 5 concepts, which I think is very much significant to our topic today. Citizenship. What is citizenship? It is the position or status of being a citizen of a particular country. Now, in the Philippines, we have what we call Filipino citizenship. So this means obeying the rules and working to make your community a better place, while there is active citizenship or engaged citizenship. And this refers to a citizen under the law of a nation discussing and educating themselves in politics and society. The philosophy that citizens should work towards the improvement of the community through economic participation, public volunteer work, and other such efforts to improve life for all citizens. It is the voluntary capacity of citizens and communities working directly together or through elected representatives to exercise economic, social, or political powers in pursuit of shared goals. I'm just trying to elaborate on what citizenship is, because most of our constituents, especially students, do not really understand the concept. While they consider themselves as citizens, they have no idea of what it takes to be a good citizen. Enhancing social, civic, and intercultural competences, critical thinking, and media literacy, as well as the education of the disadvantaged children and young people. This is according to Paris Declaration of the European Education Ministers in March of 2015. An act as simple as volunteering at a food pantry or as complex as organizing with other tackle serious problems and their responsibilities as allegiance, taxation, and military service. So these responsibilities of a citizen should always be in our minds, in our hearts. That means we pay allegiance, we pay taxes, and we render military service as required or needed in times of war or calamities. Next, please. Okay, the idea of what is civic consciousness. We are aware. If we are conscious, we are aware. If we are of our function in a civilian society. So the recognition that each citizen is for the society and the genuine interests of the society are the interests of the citizens. Civic consciousness is a form of social consciousness coexisting with the concept of citizen. Civic consciousness influences the progress of the state and society. People with civic consciousness will always be ready to work for the society, and its absence in human beings makes them selfish, and all activities will be for his own. Next. Defense preparedness is a research-based set of actions that are taken as precautionary measures in the face of potential disaster. This is a state of being ready for something, especially for war or a disaster, or the state of adequate armed forces, industrial sources, and potential, especially as a deterrent to enemy attack. Defense preparedness is an important quality in achieving goals and avoiding and instigating negative outcomes. This may also refer to the readiness in such as first aid, fire safety, survival techniques, or communication skills or risk management and disaster response. And maybe of 3 types. We have health preparedness, public health preparedness, emergency preparedness, or disaster preparedness, such as natural disasters, including warfare. Okay. Empowerment. I have included this because there is a need to empower our youth. And this word is very powerful if we take it into mind and heart. A key concept in promoting civil engagement. This is empowerment. It refers to the degree of autonomy and self-determination in people and in communities. Empowerment is the capacity of individuals, groups, and or communities to take control of their circumstances, exercise power, and achieve their own goals. In the process by which individually and collectively they are able to help themselves and others to maximize the quality of their lives. This is according to Robert Adams. Now, it is also a tool in the field of citizenship education and democratic education, aimed to increase the responsibility of the citizen. While Rappaport said that the mechanism empowerment is the mechanism by which people, organizations, and communities gain mastery over their lives. As a process, this includes encouraging and developing skills for self-sufficiency with focus on eliminating the future need for charity or welfare in the individuals of the group. And it is a process of becoming stronger and more confident. So that is empowerment. And finally, we have voluntarism or voluntarism. This is very critical of the NSTP program, where most of the work is volunteer work. So this is the practice of doing work for good causes without being paid for it. So we do not expect monetary or whatever fees or returns. And this is a way of helping others in need, often at a personal cost and with a long-term commitment. A voluntary act of an individual or group really giving time and labor for community service. It is an act of an individual or group that requires time, talent, skills without any financial reward. And volunteerism is engaged by people all over the world for a variety of reasons. In order to eliminate poverty, to improve basic health and education, to tackle environmental issues, to reduce the risk of disaster, to combat social exclusion and violent conflict. We're almost finished. So let me go over some famous quotes that I have come across in my research that has to do with all these topics that we have right now. According to Marianne Williamson, nothing liberates our greatness like the desire to help, the desire to serve. Without volunteers, we'd be a nation without a soul. To Rosalind Carter.
Salamat po. Sir Nelly, your
Yes, ma'am.
presentation.
For a while.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Neri Jalani, for that very informative discussion about the civic preparedness of the student. So may we have few minutes to have the participants who are in attendance today, if they have question or clarification, or would they like to ask the presenter about the topic that he discussed? Okay, I think one of the participants would like to ask a question. Can we, okay, we want to acknowledge Dr. Arcana Jumbai from one of our participants this afternoon.
Question.
Thank you for
Ano ikaw naman?
the discussion on national preparedness. My question is, what can you advise schools
Ay, like. Naglagging ka din. Karika.
Professor Jundayo, can you please repeat your question?
Yes. I cannot hear you. Please repeat your question.
Thank you, Prof. Neri Jelani, for your wonderful and comprehensive discussion on civic consciousness and national preparedness. My question is, what can you advise school to enhance these activities? Thank you.
Giving advice, I think, although I can give advice, but it all depends on the institution that the program is being promoted, conducted. Each institution has what you call its budgetary and social concerns. So I cannot dictate on what can the institution do. It always falls down on the capability of the institution on what kind of programs or what kind of assessment that they can do or perform for their students. Like in our campus at Mindanao State University, although it operates on a limited budget, but as the director of the program, I try to find ways and means in order to come up with the needed funding or support. So I go out of my way. I invite people, uh, people from other institutions, government institutions, private institutions, NGOs or POs, and I will invite them to the campus to present their whatever they have that is relevant to the NSTP program. And personally, I don't charge the students, but I always charge it to my personal bill. So that is how I go about the program. So it all depends on what the institution can afford, uh, physically, intellectually, socially, in whatever cost that they have within their means. So I hope it answers your question.
Thank you so much, Sir Prof. Neri Jelani, for your wonderful answer.
Thank you. You're welcome. In fact, I'm not yet finished with my presentation. There are still other slides. I went beyond the time. I'm sorry. My apologies.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Neri Jalani. Okay, as you said that it is, we have already less time to have more questions, but instead we have a response from one of our participants from the International Secretariat. Can we have Professor Milda Amin to give her response from the presenter? She is a faculty of the College of Fisheries of Mindanao State University. Prof. Milda Amin, please turn on your cam and your. Okay, like afternoon in Philippine time. Thank you on the enhancement. So, whether you're for encouraging youth and improving their skills, knowledge, and attitude on various endeavors, developing their interest in community service and responsiveness in assigning pace towards nation building. The National Service Training Program, or ACE, is in defense preparedness program students by the government of the Philippines on July 23, 2001, by virtue of Republic Act 9163, otherwise known as the National Service Training Program or NSTP Act of 2001.
Participant ba kayo, sir?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Mildami, for that response. At least we have one more from the International Secretariat to give her response, and that would be Ms. Sharidska Ayudini Sakandal from the College of Business Administration and Accountancy, Assistant Professor 4 of Mindanao State University. Professor Sakandal,
Ikadungan sa nakamute. Ano ba? Hindi niya.
Okay.
Unmute, unmute.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor. Civic consciousness and its significance. After all, the NST
of Services and Patriotism. While undergoing training in any of its program components. Civic consciousness influences the progress of the state and society. So thank you so much. Okay, that would be all for our presenter, Professor Neri Jelani. Thank you very much, sir, for your presence this afternoon, and it is really a delightful afternoon that you already have your presentation discussed, and already we have a lot of response from our audience. So may we proceed with another presenter this afternoon? May we call in to introduce the next speaker, Mr. Jimar Naji, a faculty member of the College of Education specializing in professional physical education, and also he is a special assistant to the College of Law Dean. Mr. Jimar Naji, can you present the next presenter, please?
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh. Thank you, Ma'am Brenda. It's my honor and privilege to be here in this meeting. At this moment, allow me to introduce to you our next presenter is no other than Dr. Ray Y. Kapampangan. Dr. Ray Y. Kapampangan is a highly accomplished researcher and academic specializing in the field of chemistry, nanotechnology, and material science. He is a currently professor of chemistry at Emisyon Naawan, where he leads the nanocore lab in the material science and polymer chemistry laboratory. Dr. Kapampangan also received his B's in chemistry from the Emisyo Iligan Institute of Technology, Emisyo IIT, and his MA's in chemistry from the University of Philippines, UP Diliman. He earned his doctorate in chemistry, molecular science, and technology from National Tsinghua University Academia, Seneca, Taiwan, under the prestigious Taiwan International Project Program TIGT. Throughout his career, Dr. Kapampangan has published numerous scientific papers in top-tier ISI/Scopus Index journals. He has received many awards for his outstanding research, including the Presidential Award for Excellence in Research, the Presidential Award for his Excellence in Research Generations, and National Awardee on Base Paper of the Philippines Council for Health Research and Development National Health Research System. He was also a research fellow at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem, Israel. Dr. Kapampangan is passionate about mentoring young research and is actively involved in various research programs and international collaboration. He is currently serving as the Director of the Office of International Affairs and Linkages at the Mindanao State University at Naawan, where he continues to make significant contribution to the advancement rather of science and technology. At your trolley, I am Jim Marnaji. Allow me, let, please let me welcome Dr. Kapampangan.
Hi, good afternoon. Can I be heard? Hello? Yes. Okay, allow me to share my presentation. All right. Can you see my screen now? Okay. Um, all right. So thank you so much for that kind introduction. And it fills me with great honor and delight to be part of this conference as one of the speakers. And throughout my presentation, I will be sharing our invaluable experiences with internationalization and exploring how these encounters seamlessly integrate intercultural aspects through a global lens, and let us embark on this enriching journey together. All right. Now, first, and by the way, I changed now the slide. Can you give me signal that you see the slide two of my presentation? Okay. Can you hear me? Hello.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay, thank you so much for the affirmation. I'm just waiting somebody to say that I'm okay because I do have problem with my connection though. Anyway, yeah, first and foremost, let us establish a clear understanding first on what is internationalization. Now, it encompasses actually a comprehensive process that involves various higher education activities, such as teaching, of course, research, and service. Now, these initiatives entail recruiting international students, fostering collaborations and partnerships with foreign universities, and even establishing branch or campus in different countries across the globe. And these are the five essential categories of internationalization strategies. Of course, we need to have staff professionalization, student recruitment, curriculum development, of course, and course funding and staff recruitment. Now, to ensure a holistic, we're talking about a holistic approach, the integration of this intercultural component must be part of this process. And that's what this talk about. All right. Now, throughout the process, it is very important and crucial to emphasize the following processes or aspects. One is fostering cross-cultural understanding and awareness within the global context. So we need to set that our objectives and our activities must be in the lens of the global perspective. Second is recognizing and valuing the diversity of cultures, perspectives, and experiences. In order for us to have a better understanding on the cultural perspective, we need to um, acknowledge that there's a diversity in culture, also in perspectives, among other things. And third is integrating this understanding into various aspects, such as in education, workforce, and business, international relations and diplomacy, and even the travel and tourism. So that's how intercultural integration must come in. Now, let us now explore the significance of this intercultural integration in higher education. Now, intercultural integration holds several reasons for its importance in higher education. And intercultural integration in higher education plays a crucial role in promoting global awareness among students and educators alike. Now, by embracing diversity and recognizing the richness of various cultures, students gain a deeper understanding of the world's interconnectedness. And intercultural integration, moreover, in higher education is a key driver in promoting cultural competence among students and educators. By providing opportunities for meaningful interaction with individuals from diverse cultural backgrounds, higher education institutions foster an inclusive learning environment. And also, this integration also fosters empathy and respect among students, faculty, and staff. By creating a diverse and inclusive learning environment, students have the opportunity to engage with individuals from various cultural backgrounds, leading to increased exposure to different perspectives, experiences, and even values. Now, this exposure allows students to develop deeper understanding of the challenges and triumphs faced by people from different cultural backgrounds. Aside from that, it also enhances critical thinking among students. When students are exposed to diverse perspectives, cultural practices, and different views, they are encouraged to question their own assumptions and beliefs. Now, this exposure challenges them to think critically and even analytically about different ideas and concepts, leading to a deeper understanding of the complex global issues. And also, this intercultural integration allows students to be prepared for the workforce in today's globalized and interconnected world. Now, as the job market becomes increasingly diverse and international, graduates who possess intercultural competence are highly sought after by employers. And lastly, it also promotes social cohesion within diverse communities and societies by fostering understanding, empathy, and mutual respect among individuals from different cultural backgrounds. Intercultural integration contributes to creating more cohesive and inclusive society. Intercultural integration, on the other hand, in higher education plays also a crucial role in promoting intercultural competence among students. And intercultural competence refers to the ability to effectively and appropriately interact with individuals from diverse cultural backgrounds. And there's the different processes that we can implement or integrate also to address this intercultural competence um, are the following. We could have exposure to diversity. We could also have cultural awareness and sensitivity, communication skills, and even conflict resolution, among other things. All right. Now, to promote intercultural competence, also, there are several effective strategies that we can adopt in the classroom settings. Now, these strategies aim to foster an inclusive and culturally aware environment within the higher education systems and even beyond. And here are some important approaches. We could have culturally diverse resources. We could promote multicultural group projects, cultural celebration and events. We could also have hosting activities from different cultural experts, virtual cultural exchange, among other strategies. So these are just some of the few things that I um, put in here in the presentation in the context of having this intercultural integration in higher education. And in the context of intercultural integration, as well as far as technology is concerned, the role of technology is very important, serving a critical enabler for fostering cross-cultural understanding and global connectivity. Now, its significance cannot be understated in promoting intercultural competence and creating a more inclusive and interconnected world, from facilitating virtual exchanges and language learning to provide access to diverse perspective and cultural resources. The technology empowers actually individuals to bridge cultural gaps, embrace diversity like never done before, As we embrace the digital age, harnessing the technology's potential becomes essential in nurturing intercultural awareness and cultivating shared sense of global citizenship. Okay, and in again in promoting intercultural competence in the classroom setting, it requires also a thoughtful and inclusive approach that foster deep understanding and appreciation of diverse cultures. So here are some of the strategies that I think this is very um, important in as far as the we're talking in the context of the higher education systems, particularly here in the Philippines. Number one is we need to integrate diverse perspectives. Incorporating this diverse cultural perspective or even experiences would enhance, that would also lead to some curriculum development, integrating some different um, cultural perspective is very important to enhance the intercultural competence. Second is encourage open discussions. This is very important as well for me because it creates a safe and respectful environment where students can openly discuss topics related to cultural differences, different cultural backgrounds and perspectives, and facilitate discussions on cultural norms, values, and traditions, encouraging them to listen and voice their ideas in a more respectful manner. Third is cultural awareness and activities. So probably we can organize cultural awareness activities such as cultural fairs, food festivals, or language exchange. Currently here in Naawan, we are working on a language exchange programs between the different Turkish universities. So we are looking at into infusing cultural um, diversity or cultural differences or cultural perspective in terms of offering language exchange. Fourth is doing collaborative projects. This is very important because by encouraging students to be part of a group project or a collaborative projects between and among different partner universities abroad, then they can have this or broaden their perspective as far as this establishing a good relationship with the international partners and also integrating this intercultural um, component. And the next one is, of course, we need to expose probably our students, and not only students, our faculty members as well, to study different programs abroad. This is very based on personal experience. This is very an effective way to because when we are being exposed to different cultures, we broaden also our horizon in looking at on how we can be of help in our country in terms of probably doing research, implementing high caliber research programs, including also, improving our academic programs as well. So we need to encourage students. We will expose our students to study abroad and also our faculty members. And we could also have faculty training, provide professional development opportunities to our faculty members to enhance their own intercultural competence and to improve also based on their, it depends on their field of expertise, but this is also one of the things that I think we need to engage into. We need to train our faculty members by sending them for like training abroad. And lastly, we need to assess intercultural competence by developing assessment tools in every program. In all programs, I think we need to have the monitoring and evaluation to check if how far have we gone in terms of implementing this particular activities, so that we will be able or we will be able to gauge um, if we need to continue or not. So something like that. So we need to have some evaluation and monitoring tools. All right. Now, having mentioned all those strategies and advantages of having exposed with different cultural backgrounds, it is also crucial to acknowledge that the integration of these intercultural aspects in higher education may encounter barriers and challenges and necessitating proactive measures to overcome them. So here are some of the things that I listed here in order for us to address these barriers and challenges. One is faculty development. We need to provide comprehensive training and workshops to faculty members to enhance their intercultural competency, of course, and equip with cultural awareness and sensitivity. Instructors can be better navigate diverse classroom dynamics, among other things. And also, we need to um, involve, like, be proactive in terms of curriculum design. We need to ensure that the curriculum reflects diverse cultural perspective and experiences. That's what we are doing right now here in Imishinawan, is we try to integrate even gender and cultural diversity in our curriculum. Especially when we are talking about of a joint degree program from the local university, and also in like if we have partner universities in different countries. So we need to have this curriculum matching, integrating intercultural perspective. Third is we need to provide support services to our students, and by establishing dedicated support services such as cultural sensitivity workshop, or exposing them to trainings, different trainings in terms of cultural differences, different background, we are actually capacitating. Also, we are helping our students to be exposed on such activities. And we could probably have intercultural dialogue spaces, campus-wide diversity initiatives. I think we need also to link or to work with the student affairs in terms of doing activities in terms of like exposing our students by having different activities related to intercultural integration of in our curriculum in higher education. And we need to have, of course, assessment and feedback mechanism. As I mentioned, we need this one because we need to evaluate if our activities and programs are in the right track. And policy and governance support, this is also one of the most important things, because even if we have a very good plan, but if the administrators in our own respective university doesn't have a good support, then all the programs that we think that's very necessary cannot be well implemented. Yeah, other things maybe like alumni engagement. And this one, I put this last part, last strategies. We need to intensify our global visibility by having international partnerships. So I think Imishu also is now, I mean, the international office of Imishu is now, very active in pursuing collaborations and partnerships abroad. And I think in all of the campuses actually of MSU system, we are very active now. We need to intensify our initiatives as far as internationalization is concerned. And lastly, of course, continuous learning. We need to um, acknowledge that learning actually does not or necessarily doesn't stop at one point. We need to continuously learn because, as we go on with our programs, as we implement our programs, activities, we are also learning some a good, let's say, best practices of our partner institutions. Maybe those practices can be applied in our respective universities. All right. And another thing is integrating this intercultural dimension actually promotes empathy and respect. So I think I mentioned this one in the earlier slide that it plays also an important role in promoting and cultivating empathy and respect among individuals from diverse cultural backgrounds. Probably by fostering meaningful interactions and understanding, intercultural integration leads to the following outcomes. One is increased cultural awareness, breaking stereotypes, we Filipinos normally having this, stereotyping attitude. Cross-cultural understanding, appreciation of diversity, even conflict resolution, empowerment of marginalized groups, building also meaningful relationships, global citizenship. I think I mentioned also this thing in earlier slide. Intercultural integration actually nurtures the qualities of a global citizen who is aware, um, able to understand and respect the interconnectedness of the world with different cultures and backgrounds, and acknowledging the diversity in culture. Now, empathy in the decision making. When we expose to diverse perspectives, we are also, improving our decision making processes, or um, the individuals can consider also potential impact in various cultural groups, among other things. We need also, or this intercultural integration could also lead to cultivating tolerance, and overall, actually, the integration of this intercultural dimension serves as a catalyst for promoting empathy and respect, transforming societies and institutions into a more compassionate and inclusive spaces for our students and also to our faculties. Aside from those things that I mentioned, media also plays a very important role in facilitating um, intercultural integration by acting as a powerful platform for promoting cross-cultural understanding, bridging gaps between diverse communities, and fostering empathy and respect. So here are some of the ways by which media serves as a means for intercultural integration. We could have cultural exchange and representation. Of course, I mentioned about breaking stereotypes and prejudices, language learning and exposure. This is also very important. Intercultural storytelling, virtual control tours, and digital communication. So by just summarizing all of these things, we could say that media actually plays a very important, a significant role as far as intercultural integration is concerned. And this can also be, or this intercultural integration could also promote collaborative projects and partnerships by encouraging or breaking these barriers, those barriers that I mentioned earlier, and fostering open communication and encouraging an exchange of diverse perspective. So diverse perspective, this could bring together individuals from different cultural backgrounds, each bringing their own unique perspective and experiences. So it's some sort of exchanging ideas, exchanging experiences, and by learning those experiences from other partners, other international partners, we are also able to assess, like, and also learn, of course, from their experiences, and probably we could adapt all those experiences that they had, and then we can evaluate if which of those experiences that is applicable to us. Cross-cultural communication, effective intercultural integration involves developing cross-cultural communication skills. So when team members understand and respect each other's communication styles, language, and nonverbal cues, misunderstanding are minimized, if not eliminated. So building trust also and respect, creativity and innovation. We could also have adaptability and flexibility, global perspective, conflict resolution, and of course, networking opportunities. All right, now evaluation and monitoring, as I've mentioned, is very crucial in assessing the effectiveness of the mentioned strategies. Those strategies mentioned to address the challenges and the barriers in implementing intercultural integration in higher education. And through regular evaluation, we can gauge actually the impact of these efforts, identify areas that require improvement, and gather valuable insights for future decision making and program development that could address the limitation of the programs previously implemented. And monitoring allows us to track the progress of intercultural initiatives, ensuring that they are still aligned with our intended goals and objectives. Also, part of the alignment would be like thinking if all these programs that we are implementing are aligned with our mission and vision of our respective institution. Now, by actively measuring the outcomes and feedback from participants, we can make data-driven adjustment and ultimately to enhance the overall effectiveness of the intercultural integration initiatives implemented by our institution. And this systematic approach to evaluation and monitoring empowers us to create inclusive and culturally sensitive environment that foster meaningful connections and collaborations among partner institutions. Okay? All right. Now let's go now, or let's proceed now in terms of the concept of this global competence and what are the implications of this in education. All right. Now, global competence is the ability to understand and engage with the complex global issues, appreciate cultural diversity, and effectively navigate the interconnected world where we currently live in. Now, it goes beyond traditional academic knowledge and skills and encompasses a broader set of attributes, including attitudes, values, behaviors, and that could, be part or a factor in terms of developing an essential or for functioning effectively in today's globalized society. Now, in the context of skills, now global competence involves critical thinking, problem solving, communication, and collaboration across cultures and borders. Now, individuals with global competence possess the capacity to analyze global challenges, consider diverse perspectives, and develop innovative solutions that transcends cultural boundaries. All right. In terms of values, global competence emphasizes, of course, empathy, um, open-mindedness, and respect for cultural diversity. And it involves recognizing and appreciating the unique contribution of cultures and embracing the richness of global perspective. All right, having a positive attitude towards cultural differences and willingness to engage in intercultural interconnection are crucial components in terms of developing globally competent individuals. And what are the implications of this? Now, implications for education are profound. To foster global competence, educational institution must go beyond traditional academic curriculum and integrate intercultural experiences, international perspective, and global issues into their teaching approaches. So this is very striking statement that we should not be limited with the traditional way of teaching. We need to integrate the global perspective, integrate this intercultural dimension into our curriculum. Now, opportunities for study abroad, virtual exchanges, we need to take advantage of this technology that we have right now. We can actually connect with our partners abroad by just having these virtual meetings, such as what we are currently doing right now. So, and collaboration with international partners can significantly enhance students' global competence. So, I hope there are also some students who are currently attending this conference because in their different, in various activities that we have, like in terms of academic program, if we have some activities that we can, have the chance to onboard the students, then we must do it because that's the way of like exposing students in, some of the development in different areas, not only on their specific fields of study. All right. Now, educational institution must also prioritize the development of global citizenship education, which emphasizes social responsibility and ethical consideration in addressing global challenges. By nurturing global competence among students, education can play a crucial role in shaping individuals who are prepared to contribute meaningfully to be a more inclusive, interconnected, and sustainable world. All right, now the cultural dimension in the internationalization of curriculum in higher education is also a crucial aspect that recognizes the importance of integrating diverse cultural perspective, values, and knowledge into the educational experience. It involves creating a learning environment that is inclusive, respectful, and sensitive to cultural backgrounds of students and faculty from different parts of the world. Now, the cultural dimension in internationalization is influenced by various factors, such as, of course, political, economic, social, and technological um, aspect. All right. Now, I am now sharing you our personal experiences here in Emission Naawan. Emission at Naawan has taken significant strides in terms of advancing internationalization within our curriculum, which a specific focus on the cultural dimension. Although our international office is still in its nascent stage, our dedication is, unwavering towards cultivating global competence within our educational framework. We are committed to integrating concepts of internationalization and cultural dimension to provide our students with comprehensive global perspective that foster cultural awareness and prepares them for an interconnected world. As we continue to progress in this journey, we aim to empower our students, also our faculty members, within the necessary skills and knowledge to thrive in an increasingly diverse and interconnected global landscape. The Office of International Affairs and Linkages envisions itself by, as a guiding force that propels, orchestrates, and encourages all-encompassing internationalization endeavors across Emissionawan's academic, research, and outreach endeavors. By fostering and nurturing international collaborations and incorporating well-informed global perspective, our office aspires to cultivate a diverse and culturally aware environment. Our ultimate aim is to equip our graduates and researchers with the necessary global competence to excel in the world stage and contribute meaningfully to society's advancement. All right, so the Office of International Affairs of Emission Awan serves as a dynamic hub for various essential functions that foster internationalization and global engagement at the campus. Some of the functions are shown in the slide, like establishing linkages, developing mechanism for strengthening internationalization initiatives, supporting international students and scholars, collaborating with faculty and stakeholders, facilitating student and faculty exchanges, promoting intercultural awareness, identifying, of course, funding opportunities. And through this, or through its multifaceted functions, our office plays a pivotal role in positioning Emission Awan as a globally engaged institution, fostering cross-cultural understanding and preparing its students and, of course, faculty for success in interconnected world. All right, now we take pride in our ongoing internationalization initiatives, which encompass collaborations with various Turkish universities. As I mentioned earlier, one of our significant projects involves language exchange programs, wherein students and faculty from both institutions have the opportunity to immerse themselves in each other's language and culture. Now, this activity not only enhances linguistic skills, but also fosters a deeper appreciation and understanding of cultural diversity. We are committed and aim to foster meaningful international partnerships that enrich the academic experiences of our university, our community, and promote global engagement. So these are some of the photos that during our visit in the Turkey or different universities in Turkish. Now at our university, we prioritize actually the quality of our partnership over the number of signed documents. Our focus lies in ensuring that each collaboration is purposeful, and productive. We strive to create meaningful relationships with our partners to nurture and sustain each partnership. By tailoring our approach to meet the unique needs and objectives of each collaboration, we aim to achieve successful and impactful outcomes in our international activities. So these are our current partners that Emission Awan are actively involved in different activities. It could be academic and research activities. And currently, we are also engaged in negotiation to forge agreements on the following institutions abroad. Our aim is to establish strong and mutually beneficial partnership that will pave the way for meaningful collaborations in various areas of research and in academic programs. We are actually excited about the potential opportunities that lie ahead and look forward to strengthening our global network through this upcoming engagement. We also have this international engagement with the following institutions. And for more information, you can reach out to us using the following contact details as shown in this slide. And I think that's all for my presentation. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Kapangpangan.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, it was a very precise and concise discussion about the internationalization, especially on the promotion of the intercultural integration in higher education and also the strategies in the classroom settings. Okay, with that, may we proceed with the question and answer, maybe from our participants who would like to ask or would like to clarify from the presenter about his topic this afternoon.
I think somebody's raising your hand.
Oh, um, um, Professor Arcana Jum Dai, raising your hand. You are recognized and please you may ask our presenter Dr. question.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ray Kapangpangan, for your informative lecture on globalization as integrated to education. My question is, may we ask suggestions from you on how to develop international affairs in higher education institutions? Thank you.
Yeah. By the way, thank you so much for that question. So that's something that we need to work as one MSU. I think that is not an easy task because we are accustomed to the traditional way of traditional way of teaching based on our existing curricula. But we need to have a paradigm shift in terms of integrating this intercultural diversity, acknowledging that we need to infuse this cultural and intercultural dimension in our curriculum. So my suggestion probably is we need to um, have a proper planning. We need to work collaboratively with our academic office. Um, we need to revisit our existing programs. It's probably we need to update the curricula that we currently offering in our own respective universities, and then another suggestion is we need to benchmark from other MSU campus or campuses. Like we need to ask help from MSU IIT. So those who are, ahead of us in terms of infusing intercultural dimension in their academic program. So that's very um, basic strategy, basic suggestion for the integration of this concept to our existing curricula, but basic yet very powerful because in that way we are actually living on our mantra that one MSU, one MSU system. So we need to work together to have our academic programs very fitting with what international community is needing right now. So that's I hope I answered your question, or I was able to justify how are we going to move forward in terms of this area of concern.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ray Kapangpangan, for your wonderful answer.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And in this time, as from our international secretary to respond about education. We have Ms. Dini Sakdal for her response.
Yeah, actually, I think
Your
you're
mic is off,
muted.
Fatima. Yeah,
Fatima,
you're
madam,
muted.
kindly
Your
unmute
mic.
yourself.
Okay, okay, Nanti Brand. Okay, thank you, Dr.
Yeah, I think it's okay now.
Okay, yeah, kata Nanti Brand ako, messenger. Okay na? Thank you, Dr. Ray Kapangpangan.
Thank you.
Yan, okay na. Okay na?
Yeah, okay na.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Ray Kapangpangan, for a comprehensive discussion on internalization. Hence, every school shall keep up with the advancement of modern globalization in the Philippine government, such as deciding to continue implement the K to 12, which adds 2 more years in the oh hence every school shall keep up with the advancement of modern globalization in the Philippine government, such as deciding to continue implement the K to 12 program, which adds 2 more years in the basic education system. So with the new curriculum, the Philippines is now adhering to global competitiveness of the different countries. Okay,
Thank you.
thank you
Thank
so
you.
much.
Okay, thank you very much from our International Secretariat, Professor Hayudini Sakandal. Okay, with that, sir, thank you very much. Dr. Kapampangan, your presence this afternoon is such an honor. May we have another or future endeavor and presentation with you, Doc.
Thank you. Yes, I'm looking forward also for upcoming activities. I'm very willing to be part of the activities organized by your international office. So yes, we're looking forward for
Okay.
that.
Okay, thank you very much, Doc.
Thank you also for having me in your conference, and have a nice day, everyone.
Okay, thank you, Doc. Okay, for our next activity this afternoon is the international research presentation. Okay, with that, we have different presentation of paperwork, which will be paneled by two distinguished panel members, which will be introduced by one of our faculty member of the College of Agriculture, Professor Milda Aming.
Yes, Assalamualaikum. It is an honor to me to introduce our Chief of Chairman for today's activity, Dr. Richard Ranjan, BE, LLB, LLM, PhD, MD University, ROTAC, Diploma in Labor Law, Postgraduate Diploma in Human Rights and Certificate Course in Negligence Law. Has been heading Swami Dividiyal Law College for the in the last commendable years and has 24 years of relevant experience in legal field. She has got highly acclaimed academic and administrative credentials. She is passionate about providing education to every class of society and has played significant role in helping the student develop essential transferable skills and indispensable as well as commendable personal qualities. Faithful instruction to a student and faculty. She has supervised research leading to LLM and PhD degrees. She has published numerous research papers in legal journals of national and international repute. She has been a team leader throughout her professional career by organizing various co-curricular activities like legal aid clinics, mock parliament, court, etc., and always inspired students to go for legal aid camp and workshop in rural areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Milda.
Okay, good afternoon, Doc.
Good
Okay,
afternoon.
next. Okay, thank you, Doc. Just stay in for a while as we will introduce the next panel member for this afternoon international research presentation. May we have Engineer Sharif Jafar, Special Assistant to the Office of the Director of the Internationalization of Mindanao State University, Sulu, to introduce our second panel member.
Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon to each and everyone. Dr. Alam is a dedicated lecturer, highly skilled researcher, diplomatic, and multi-awarded scientist, an outstanding educator, consultant, coach, holistic long-life learner of many inter and multidisciplinary sciences, author, editor, reviewer, poem writer, ethos, and values-based educator, having dreams and achievements related to a change maker educator, and and on outmost leader in society. Dr. Alam is an enthusiastic, self-motivated, reliable, responsible, and hardworking person, servant, leader. Also, she is a mature team worker and adaptable to all challenging situations, able to work well both in a team environment as well as using her own initiative, able to work well under pressure and adhere to strict deadlines. Dr. Alam trained various science-related subjects at undergraduate, postgraduate, doctoral, and postdoctoral levels, with a special interest plant physiology uh, and of medical plants in addition of biotechnology. Dr. Alam has got her master's and PhD thesis in plant physiology, productions, and improvement of secondary metabolites from wild medical plants using tissues, cultures, techniques, and biological evaluations of mid-second metabolites that it as its in treatment of many human dangerous disease. This point is her first scientific interest and she is completed in this track of her postdoctoral studies till now. Now help me introduce the next presenter, Dr. Alan.
Okay, good afternoon, Dr. Racha and Dr. Alam. Okay, Dr. Alam is around. Please. Okay, so I guess Dr. Alam and Dr. Raja is ready to hear our presentation for the research. We have five presentation of research papers which will be given at hi Dr. Alam, good afternoon. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh. We have five presentation of research paper which will be given a 10 minutes time to present their research, and then afterwards our panel member can give their suggestion and comments. May we have in our first presentation,
I think
which
so.
will be
We
introduced
should
by our International
can I
Secretariat,
introduce the speakers? Yeah.
Professor Sakandal.
Before speaking of first speaker, I think we should welcome them.
And the person.
Yeah. Dr. Shelja, shall I start? Dr. Shelja?
Yes,
For a
yes,
while, we
ma'am.
will
You shall
first
begin.
introduce you our
Yeah, ma'am. You shall begin the presentation.
Okay. A very warm and gracious welcome on the international platform created by Mindanao State University, Sulu, Philippines, and Cape Comorin Trust, India, jointly holding international conference on social sciences and law and humanities. I welcome on the board all the international and national intellectuals and our chairpersons of the day. And we are thankful to Dr. Nagar from Sulu State University and Cape Comorin Trust, Ms. Dr. R.S. Ringen Silvest, and convener Dr. Sujata for creating this platform of intellectuals. And today we gather to discuss a very crucial aspect of education and societal development. And this topic encompasses the several vital elements, each playing a significant role in shaping a brighter future for our communities and the world at large. And about the civic consciousness, or fostering civic consciousness among college students is essential as it nurtures a sense of responsibility, empathy, and active engagement in the well-being of their communities. By instilling the values of citizenship, students become socially aware individuals who contributes positively to the society. So they learn to understand diverse perspectives, advocate for human rights, and work towards solving societal challenges. And today we are having many speakers who are going to discuss about the intercultural aspect, also through global dimensions, because in an increasingly interconnected world, promoting an intercultural perspective is vital. Encouraging students to understand and appreciate diverse cultures and beliefs fosters mutual respect and harmony. This global dimension in education prepares students to become responsible global citizens capable of addressing international issues collaboratively. So, employee well-being is also we are looking for, and a thriving organization relies on the well-being of its employees. College students needs to be aware of the importance of physical and mental health, work-life balance, and personal development. By understanding the significance of employee well-being, they can contribute positively to the organization. So now let's start with the
technical sessions. And all these speakers today are highly accomplished in their fields. Now we can invite the speaker of the technical session, first technical session.
Hello. Hello, my voice is clear. Hello.
Yes, Mr. Kalam, you are audible.
Okay, thank you very much for being a part of this great conference. And to save time, I need to greet all of you. And also, we have two eminent speakers of today. We have Associate Prof, Assistant Prof Dr. Parvin, and also his collaborator, Dr. Narish Nadu. And both of them are from Department of Languages, English, and Presidency University, Bangalore of India. All of them will together deliver a topic about the counterparts of Hyderabad. It's a review article. Let's welcome our eminent speakers and please start. Hello. The first lecture will be about the courtesans of Hyderabad. Please, organizing team, can you check the presence of our speakers, please? Hello.
Are we having AH Parveen over here? Admin, kindly check. Admin?
Ma'am, we are unable to find them. We shall move to the second presenter.
Second? Okay.
Okay.
So you can invite second.
Okay. Let's go to the second speaker. We have another research scholar from NGM College of Arts and Science, Polashi, and her name is Assis Kankri, and she will deliver a lecture about gender issues portrayed in the play third person singular by Alan Ayckbourn through the lens of black humor and irony. Let's welcome her. Hello, our next speaker.
Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, most welcome.
You are
Please go.
audible.
Just I
Okay, thank
wanted
you,
to
ma'am.
have only 10 minutes. So please try
Okay,
to
ma'am.
stick to. Thank you.
Sure, ma'am. Okay, good
Most
afternoon,
welcome.
everyone. So I'm going to present on the topic gender issues in the play Absurd Person Singular through the lens of black humor and irony by Alan Ayckbourn. So gender issues are deep rooted in the society and it never loses its social relevance. The discussion pertaining to gender have evolved over the years. Innumerable works across literature have explored the perils of gender discrimination. Most of the works have taken a fierce, impassionate take on the issue. Only very few works have used literary devices like black humor and irony to call attention to the agonizing repercussions of gender roles and stereotypes. Black humor is employed to address sensitive and taboo subjects with a flavor of comedy. By approaching through black humor, authors can provoke thought and discussions while also coping with the discomfort and complexity of the issues. By creating irony is created by using a disparity between what is expected and what actually happens. Irony is used to surprise the readers and elicit a deeper emotional response. So Alan Ayckbourn is one of the prolific English playwrights. His plays have famously been called comedy of embarrassment, as the laughter that his plays evoke dies as early as on the lips of the spectators and readers when the darker implications dawn on them. Absurd Person Singular is one such play where he deftly uses these two literary devices. The play deals with the interactions among four couples. The play doesn't have a solid plot as such. It only deals with the interactions of these four couples over a period of 3 years in three consecutive Christmas parties. First, gender discrimination through the characters Sydney and Jane. They are one of the central characters, central couples. The first Christmas party happens in their house, in the house of Sydney and Jane. Sydney is highly ambitious and driven. He's constantly focused on climbing social and economic ladder, whereas his wife Jane is submissive and she's extremely anxious about parties. She can't even bring in herself to meet the guests. But Sydney, he manhandles her, grabs her arm, and jerking her through the door, forcing her to meet them. He's so particular about pleasing the guests, other guests, because he's so focused on climbing the social ladder. Sydney's preoccupation with his ambitions outweighs his consideration for his wife. He trivializes Jane's efforts and views her primarily in terms of how she can enhance his social image and expects complete submission from her. He is a male, so he is bound to be career ambitious, dominant, and shouldn't leave any stones unturned to reach his goals. Jane, being a female, is bound to be submissive, well versed in domestic chores, and is obligated to be a perfect hostess. These are the gender roles assigned to them. When Jane fails to be a flawless hostess, she fails in the gender role imposed on her. Her courageous act of getting her courageous act, her sincere efforts goes unacknowledged because it doesn't fall under the conventions of it doesn't come under the conventions of her gender roles. The next couple, Joffrey and Eva. Eva, wife of Joffrey, they are the other couple. Totally four couples. These are the second couple. She is a similar victim of gender stereotypes. So, as early as in her first appearance, she shows signs of mental illness. She claims that her husband dictates her to take the pills to prevent her from becoming a raving lunatic. This reflects the power imbalance in their relationship where the male dominates, imposes his will on the female, and she has to comply with it. She also blurts out that she is invisible to her husband, and all he feels about her is that, I quote, she is just an embarrassing smudge on a marriage license. Next, objectification of women and emotional abuse. Joffrey, the husband of Eva, objectifies Lottie, another character in the play, to his friends through his frequent sexual innuendos and gestures directed at her. Even though it is said that she does a great job with youth organizations and she does a great job as a teacher, Joffrey disregards her intelligence and reduces her to a mere sexual object. It is also brought to light that he cheats on his wife with other women at parties. He also exhibits dismissive, condescending, and disrespectful attitude towards his wife. Worst of all, he haughtily replies that she doesn't have the right to bring up his infidelity as an issue because she lives in his house and hence has to live by his rules. So gender discrimination is at its zenith here. He also physically abuses her. So his treatment of Eva reflects emotional neglect, physical and emotional abuse. So women's potential largely determined by their prowess in handling domestic chores, a notion of physical abuse are rooted in traditional gender roles. Career pressure and emasculation of men. Men are also subjected to gender discrimination as women are. Gender roles for men state that they are necessitated to be chief breadwinners of the family and be professionally successful. Sydney is ready to ride roughshod over ethics and honesty to mint money, whereas Joffrey is staunch about professional ethics, and that's what dissuades him from working under Sydney. Ethically vile men like Sydney face only the pressures of wanting to have lucrative career, but ethically upright men like Joffrey face double pressures, one instigated by gender roles and next their desire to live up to their principles. So next is, this might sound trivial, but it has deep impact on the feelings of the characters. Men are expected to be always good at fixing mechanical and electrical stuff. It's assumed that all men are really good at it. While Sydney is skillful at handling these fixings, Ronald, the other character, falls very short of the expectations. When he was fumbling with the bulk fixing process, his own wife berates him. Ronald desperately tries to reason with her that he can handle it, but Mariam assertively claims she cannot. He
Hello?
cannot.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Sorry
ma'am.
to interrupt you, but if it will be possible for you to open the camera, it will be better. Okay?
Okay, ma'am, sure.
Okay. Because your camera is closed. Okay. Most welcome.
Ronald desperately tries to reason with her that he can handle it, but Mariam assertively claims he cannot. This signifies emasculation of men by women and is a clear example of men being victims of gender discrimination. Now comes the theory of androgyny. The theory of androgyny is proposed by Sandra Bem. It can be effectively used to understand gender discrimination by highlighting the limitations that arise when individuals do not conform to traditional gender roles. She observes that gender binary between male and female had become one of the basic organizational structures in human society. The theory of androgyny suggests that individuals can possess combination of both masculine and feminine traits regardless of their biological sex or gender identity. This theory challenges the traditional notion of strict male-female dichotomy where men are expected to be only masculine and women are expected to be only feminine. So here, most of the characters in absurd person singular are androgynous characters. For instance, Eva, the wife of Joffrey, in Act 1 and Act 2, comes across as meek, submissive woman who is nothing more than a silent spectator to the abuse and dominance of their husband. Whereas in the last act, when Joffrey is facing financial crisis, he seeks out Eva to help him with the business, which she does. She proves to be a resilient woman with a knack for business and capable of thriving under difficult situations. This side of her character turns gender roles on its head, where women are deemed inefficient in handling business endeavors. Eva may not be good at the roles her gender prescribes for her, for instance, domestic chores and being a good hostess, but she's a rational woman with business flair. And so this proves that her character displays a blend of both stereotypically masculine and feminine traits. Sydney, the other character, is predominantly a dominant character, showing high-handed attitude towards his wife. But he throws his assertive character to the wind when it comes to materialistic gains. He only projects his submissive side to upper class people so that they would help him out with his business and thoroughly covers his aggressive nature. This brings to light the so-called feminine trait of submissiveness in him. Uh, So next one is he shows one more instance where he digresses from customary masculine character, where he fumbles to comprehend the sexual innuendos Ronald and Joffrey were directing at Lottie. He vainly tries to integrate himself into their obscene conversation. Scrutinizing and passing lewd comments on the opposite gender is more associated with men than with women. Even though these kind of talks don't appeal Sydney, he is forced to fit in and play along. So hence, he proves himself to be an androgynous character. So next, the most important example is the characterization of Marian, the wife of Ronald. She is controlling and assertive. In the first two acts of the play, she looks down upon other characters, the characters who occupy the lower totem pole of the class hierarchy. She's even a woman of flirtatious nature. She abuses her husband for his feminine characteristics. So she's fiercely dominating, occasionally flirtatious, and also emotionally abuses her husband as against the caring nature of women. So though falling under the category of female gender, she has in her lots of masculine attributes. But in the last act, she shows a shocking transformation. She delves into alcoholism and poses a weak self and dependent on others. She also broods a lot about her waning physical beauty. Concerned about physical beauty is more associated with females than males. So this proves that Mariam is an androgynous character, blurring the lines between masculine and feminine traits. So black humor. So black humor is the whole play, the themes and all the serious themes are conveyed through black humor. For instance, the whole tonic water, Jane, when the guests when they run out of tonic water, she tries to go out in the rain and purchase tonic water. The whole scene is actually a great gender discrimination is going on there. But whereas through black humor, the way she repeats the instructions, accidentally spills the soda on Ronald, protecting her hairdo while going out in the rain, how flustered Jane in men's attire was unrecognizable to the guests, the way she was emptying her welled boots into the sink was so hilarious on the surface. But beneath this fine comedy, there's a dark, intense gender discrimination going on.
Hello, hello. Sorry for
Yes, ma'am.
interrupting. Time is very urgent, so
Okay,
please, you
ma'am.
have only 1 minute. Okay.
Okay, ma'am. Sure, ma'am. And also the harrowing themes of infidelity and objectification are also presented through black humor and irony. And also in Act 2, Eva tries to commit suicide she makes several unsuccessful attempts, whereas the other characters constantly thwart her attempts is so funny, and the readers can't help laughing aloud at this act. So next is this black humor is a facade to cover very sensitive themes of suicide, gender discrimination, isolated and fragmented lives of the characters. So even the play is laden with irony, situational irony, verbal and dramatic irony to enhance the anticipation and suspense of the play. So now conclusion. In this play, Alan Ayckbourn strikes a perfect equilibrium between humor and darker themes. This balance allows him to delve into unsettling topics without overwhelming the audience with despair. He uses black humor to convey gender issues without diminishing the seriousness and sensitivity the topic deserves. His approach enables the audience to both enjoy the comic elements of his play and also effectively engage with the underlying social commentary and complexities. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your informative lecture, and thanks for informing us about gender discrimination. Thanks a lot, and I need to move to Prof. Dr. Richa Ranjan. Mom, do you have any comment?
Yeah, I was just listening him. Atya Shakti. Yeah. So, she spoke very beautifully about the gender roles, stereotype roles, and everything. And rather, we were having short time, so we interrupted her. Next time you'll get more chance.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, we are very lucky by having you, and also you try to stick to the time for this reason. Hats off to you. Thank you very much. And because of the limited time, let's move to the next speaker. And thanks again for our second speaker. And now we have a collaborative work also. We have two speakers. We have Associate Dr. Vigila Chaparbi, and we have also Dr. Vince, research scholar from Department of English, Rani Anna College of Women from Tamil Nadu, India. And let's welcome both of them. They will deliver a lecture about the social conflicts of a single woman. Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah.
Most welcome.
My presentation topic is the social conflicts of a single woman, a study of Perumal Murugan's A Lonely Harvest. This paper mainly focuses on the paper mainly focuses on the keywords of that is the hypothesis of this paper is patriarchy, custom, and the oppressions being followed in the Congo region. And this novel, A Lonely Harvest, was written by Perumal Murugan in Tamil language as Salavayam, and it was translated by Anirudh Vasudevan as A Lonely Harvest. And this novel is a sequel. That is, this novel, A Lonely Harvest, is sequel to One Part Woman. One part women which came and review of various acclaims, and the objectives of this paper is the custom, the main things being followed in the Congo region is listed in this paper. That is due to custom, due to patriarchy, and due to the oppressions in Congo regions. The people, that is the female, the woman community gets affected. That's the affect the conflict of the social conflict of single woman is being portrayed in this paper. And the first objective of the paper is that custom that women in this paper, the main objective was that the character Ponna is affected by the cultural customs being followed in the Congo region. She never wishes to prove herself, but the situation and the custom being followed in her community makes her to prove herself in front of the men in front of the men in her community. that is the customs. That is the first point. The custom. Uh, that, just I would like to give a short intro of the storyline that Ponna is the protagonist of the novel, and she lost her husband before 2 months, and that's the reason she has to prove her chastity in front of the men, because she has to prove that the women, the fetus in her womb belongs to that belongs to the couple Ponna and Kali. Then the second thing is the patriarchy, that only men are allowed to attend the meeting. The women are not allowed to attend the meeting, because the woman, that the gender plays a major role, where they follow, that particular community follows a custom that women, only men are allowed to attend the meeting, and they never consider women to attend that particular meeting. That comes out of patriarchy. And the rule the next point is oppression. The oppression is the only the rules are framed for women, that women in that Congo community, because the if a woman commits a mistake, she has to prove in front of everyone. But whereas the men are, if a man commits a mistake, he is not forced, or he does not have any rules to follow follow that follow in that community. And the feminism in the other objective is feminism. In feministic perspective, women have, according to feminism, the women have equal rights. But in this Congo region, the women, the rule, the rights of the women are plucked away from them. And because only the that's the reason the women get affected by the custom, which the other the other objective of this paper is that mental conflict, this custom being followed in in the Congo community, which affects her deeply, because she never wishes to prove her chastity in front of the people in her community, because she commits that everyone, all the men, all the people commits mistakes, or uh, come across particular situation. But but the only the woman has to prove themselves in front of the men. She felt very bad, and murmurs to her maid, that informs her to mentions to her maid that I hates to uh, prove myself in front of the men community. And out of all this custom patriarchy and oppression, the mental conflict, this leads to the social conflict, which, because she started to stay against the society, because she, until before the meeting, she fears to, or hesitates to prove herself in front of the society. But later she fixes herself that why I have to stay back, and she decides to prove herself, and she stays strong. And because even in her family, they said that the fetus in her womb belongs to the couple Ponna and Kali, but whereas the people in the society, in her community, says that this fetus in the womb belongs to some other man. That's the main reason for the conduct of this meeting. And this made the social conflict, which makes her to stand against the society, and says that, and she proves herself in front of the society based on the custom that this fetus in her womb belongs to her and her husband. Thus the thus the custom plays a major role in the major role in the life of women in the Congo community. Even today, even in the current scenario, this social conflicts plays a major role in
Hello.
this.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry for interrupting you, but unfortunately, you have only 1 minute. So please try to complete.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay.
And this the customs which affects the woman mentally, and they are being secluded from the society. They never, due to the various customs being followed in this in her community, she refuses to converse, give, get conversation with others because she refused to talk to others. This all this problems which leads to the social conflict. That's all we can say.
Okay, thank you very much for this informative lecture. And I'm very happy and lucky today for having youth, and they are trying to show that they are the leaders of tomorrow. I am very lucky by having all of you, and I am very lucky by having both of you. And let's encourage women, and really, I'm very happy to hear your lecture about sorry, social conflicts of a single woman. You have a case study, and thank you very much for your elaboration. Thanks a lot. And before going to the next speaker, let's ask Prof. Dr. Risha Ranjan, are you with us? Are you with us, ma'am? If there is any comment, okay. So let's welcome our next speaker and let's thank our previous speakers. Now we are in front of another speaker. We have also a collaborative work between two speakers. We have Miss Aya Ibrahim Muhammad Al Kassab, and also we have Prof. Jadish Joshi. Are you with us? They
Yes, I'm
will
here with you. Hello, everyone.
most
Am I
welcome.
audible?
Yes, excellent.
Okay.
So they
Okay.
will give a lecture about words that share similar meaning and near close pronunciation in Turkish and Arabic. I'm very interested to hear from your side, and please go ahead. The time is
Okay.
yours, and the allowed time is only 8 minutes.
Okay.
Is
First of
there?
all, thank you all of you for being here. My name is Aya Ibrahim Muhammad Al Qassab. I'm a PhD scholar at Gujarat University. My title is for today is word that share similar meanings and near close pronunciation in both Turkish and Arabic. C. Turkish is a member of the Turk language group and belongs to the larger Atlik family. It is one
Uh,
of the most demonstrated strains
hello.
of Turk languages and boasts about 70 million native worldwide speakers across a world. Wild
Dr.
strain.
Aya, hello.
Yes?
For interrupting and stopping you, but please, if you it will be possible, please try to open your camera. It will be better. Yes,
Okay,
please.
I'm trying to open my camera, but when I'm opening the word, my camera is gone. Sorry for
Oh,
that.
okay, okay, okay.
Okay.
Please.
Okay. So let's see. It's like around 70 million native wild the world speakers across the whole world. Like we have Turkey, Cyprus, and even in Europe, Middle East, all around Caucasus, Azerbaijan, some they call it Azeri. Turkmen or Turk, they are from southwestern or Oghuz branch of Turk languages. Midwell is too concerned with this deadline point out that the Turkish language of very ancient origin can be traced back to the oral Altic family, and with more than like 71.5 million native speakers and 125 million total of Turkish speaker. It's widespread in several status and areas of the world. Spoken in Turkey and minorities from 35 other countries. It's used in states such as Azerbaijan, Bulgaria, Greece, and north part of Cyprus, Macedonia, Romania, and Uzbekistan. The widespread of Turkish can be attributed to Turk expansion on the early Middle Ages, 500 to 1000 AD, when the speakers of Turkish migrated across the vast region that stretched from Siberia and was bound off by European and Mediterranean, or was widely accepted by the other modern Turkish. During the Ottoman period, however, Ottoman Turkish, different version of Arabic, was spoken, which borrowed heavily from Arabic and Persian also, and required about nearly 500 separate Arabic characters that hampered its accessibility and uttered the modern Turkish, therefore, settled on 29 characters, simplifying and broadening the linguistic space. Therefore, the paper seeks to track the transformation from Ottoman Turkish to modern Turkish, seeking to underline the causes and the context in which the transformation took place. In order to expound and the comparison of Turkish and Arabic and evolve a combining of words which are split and pronounced in the same in both languages. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much for doing such a smart lecture in a very, very short time. Really hats off to you. I
Thank you very much.
appreciation to the time. And it's very important to compare languages. I'm very lucky by having this lecture. And let's go to the next speaker. And before going to the next speaker, let's call, sorry. Let's call Prof. Dr. Risha Ranjan, ma'am. Can you hear me? If there is any comment before going to the next speaker. And also participants, if there is any comment, you will be most welcome. Okay, it's okay. Let's go to the final lecture. We have a lecture about climate change. This lecture will be delivered by our eminent speaker, and he is the last one, Dr. Sen. This lecture will be a review article about climate change, a review on global climate conditions, vulnerability, and its sustainable measurement. Thank you very much for being with us, and please start. Hello? Admin, please, can you check the presence of our last speaker? Okay, most welcome. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon to one all dignitaries present here.
Good
Am I
afternoon.
audible to you all?
Sure, but
Yeah.
please.
Yes, you are audible, Akshita.
Madam, please turn on your camera.
Yes.
Okay, yes. Am I visible now?
Yes, you are
Yes.
visible.
Visible. Please go ahead.
Oh. So, good afternoon to one and all dignitaries present here. Myself, Akshita Singh, and my today's topic on the presentation is climatic change, a review on global climatic conditions, vulnerability, and its sustainable measurements. Let me just open my slideshow, then I will continue.
It's very clear
Just a
now.
minute. Just a minute.
Yes.
Just a minute.
Yes, we can see it. Go ahead.
Yeah, so that's my topic. That is a climate change, a review on the global climatic condition, vulnerability, and its sustainable measurements. So, as we come across with the climatic condition, I took this topic from a very much point of view of my concerning situation that today's objective behind my this topic is to present this paper, bring an awareness in the ground level of the people so that they can get inheritance by the consequences of the climatic change that now in today's world, whole world is experiencing such a combating issue which needs to such a cure by the ground level peoples. So you might have experienced sometimes somewhere it is hot or somewhere it is cold, and it is all due to such type of weather changing. A pattern that weather changes in a different region due to these changes in the weather pattern is all example of the climatic condition. A very famous NASA quotes that according to the NASA, it is presented that a change in a weather pattern or when there is a long alteration change in weather pattern, it will be considered as a climatic changes. Now, if we will delve into this topic, climate change has not been a modern issue or we were facing in such a recent days, but this is something which we're facing from decades of the year. And here, why it is impacting such a negative issue now? So here where the history comes into the picture, and if we will delve what the data set used by our scientists and our earlier individuals, that here comes our industrial revolution in 1760s which led to the cause of this climatic condition. A worse condition that we were facing now is somewhere a result came out from the industrial revolution in 1760s which leads to cause a global warming, and or we said not leads to cause, it has been the reason from where the global warming gradually started increasing. So if we were talking about the global warming, so it is basically the when the temperature is rises subsequently in the year and leads to the greenhouse gas emissions. These increase in the greenhouse gas emissions constitutes CO2 or CO or many other gases which were in such a great amount of extent that if they get trapped out of our atmosphere, it usually trap all the heats and uh, subsequently accumulated that heat to the environment. So this is generally which causes to accumulate that heat and continuously preserve that heat to cause the rise in the temperature level. So basically many in United Nations environmental conferences have also been held and led to the formation that UNEP will depicts their reports about the conditions that were presently facing now, and they all are somewhere trying to concentrate their reports on the basic cause of this all over this phenomena is human activities, or we say anthropogenic factors. So if we were called that how they were caused, although many reports have seen that anthropogenic factors are the main causes, but there are some natural factors too, which also affect these conditions equivalently. So, if we were talking about the causes, so the main cause is divided into two factors, that is natural factor and anthropogenic factor. Firstly, the natural factor includes the greenhouse gas effects. So, as I have told, that greenhouse gas emissions from the industries, corporations, or many other factories, these gas led to trap the heat by the released by the environment, and they get accumulated in our surroundings. Secondly, the volcanic eruptions that were subsequently happens in our surroundings also leads have a same impact in the climate changing conditions. Then fluctuation in solar radiation also have some effect of gaining the proportionality of the climate changing. But these all factors are somewhere so minute, or we can say they are less in proportion to affect a such vast level of climatic change. Although they are considered to be a factors which were causing, but they are so minute that they can cause such a huge number of impact which we are facing right now. the major impact which the scientists and many expertise has given to the given in their reports. If we were talking about the 6 reports of IPCC and any other UNEP reports, they all are claiming to the fact the anthropogenic factors are the main leading causes of this huge climatic condition nowadays. I want to quote one quotation of NASA. According to the causes, that their natural causes are still in play today, but their influence is too small, and they occur too slowly to explain the rapid global warming seen in the recent decade. So, according to NASA itself, the natural factors are not the proactive factors that were only claiming or only leads to the climatic changes. There are anthropogenic factors have much more equivalent proportion to changing in climatic conditions. Now, if we were further move to the consequences, that what are the so before consequences, I have some reports that where the media journals had itself claims to the fact that more than 200 medical journals are warning to an unprecedented joint statement that urges the world leader to cut heat trapping emission to avoid catastrophic harms to health that will be impossible to reverse. So these reports itself have an evidence that these climatic conditions are treated as the greatest threat in now today's global public health. So no temperature rise is a safe, says the editorial in past 20 years. So there are such a reports which itself claims to the fact that climatic condition is such a great threat on our environment. And according to the Lancet, the New England Journal of Medicines, and the British Medical Journals itself has the editorial in which they claims the fact that world can't wait for COVID-19 pandemic to pass before addressing the climate change. So these are such a journals or examples or evidences which itself proves to the climate changing is a global threat nowadays. But if we were talking about the consequences, so people nowadays are less aware about the consequences. They all know the effects, they all know the climate changes, but what are the consequences and how long they will take to minimize the humanity or to causes the natural repercussions by these climatic change. So people are nowadays very much unaware about these climatic changes impacts. So if we were talking about the consequences, so the long-term atmospheric and the geographical anomalies are created. So these alternative changes of climate leads to the atmospheric anomalies, geographical anomalies, which leads to the natural, social, and territorial destructions. So firstly, we will take in account to the natural repercussion. So it includes many factors such as rising temperature, flooding, salination, aggravatives, erosion, the desertification, ocean acidification. These are such factors which covered under the national repercussion. Then, secondly, there is a social threat, including health issue. Even the 6th report of Intergovernmental Panel on Climatic Change itself claimed to the assessment that climate change impact risk as well as the
Hello,
adaptation. Is,
hello.
yes, yes.
For interrupting you, but you have only more 1 minute. Okay, try to
Okay,
conclude.
okay. Yeah.
Thank
So these are such consequences there where the intergovernmental panels have claimed their reviews, and there are nearly 11,000 extreme weather events took place. So these consequences are such a huge number, and out of 8 cyclones, they took 2019. So these are such an evidences which I have proved, and which shows that the economic condition is getting more even worse by these climatic changes. So undergoing to UNEP reports, these are all evidences which I have proved towards. So what are the initiatives that global levels to be taken? That is the Kyoto protocols. If we were taking, then there is a EU emission trading system of 2015, then UNFCCC conference took place, Cancun Climatic Change Conference, International Solar Alliance, Paris Agreements. So these all are the initiatives that government takes. But is their initiatives actually working on the ground level? So what are the solutions that we might take from this climatic condition and what we people can do on the ground level. We people can actually impose taxation on carbon, cap and trade system. You can use renewable energy sources can be used by the ground level peoples, adopting the adaptation policies, not technology. Somewhere also advancing to implement the climatic changes impacted or to reduce these impacts on the climatic changes. Finally, I would like to conclude myself by quoting a one-line quotation that there is a need of a serious concern, and the benefit of strong and effective action is need to be taken. So, a basic quote of Nicholas Stern himself concluded that the basic scientific conclusion on climate change are very robust and of good reason. So, the greenhouse effect is simple science. Greenhouse gas traps heats, and humans are emitting more greenhouse gases. Thank you for all.
Amazing lecture. Thank you very much. I am so sorry for interrupting you, but we need to stick to the time schedule. Really, you tried to do a smart lecture, and also you prepared a very well presentation. So hats off to your efforts and bravo and go ahead. We are very lucky to by having leaders of tomorrow. I think all of you will be a great speakers in the future. And now, the question: do you have anything? Do you have any comment? Hello, ma'am, Prof. Dorisha. Okay. So now I think we finished. So if there is any comment from participants, please go ahead. We have only 1 minute to do. Any comment? Okay. Thanks a lot. I am very lucky to be with you today. Today we have leaders of tomorrow. We have a collaborative work between supervisors and their students. We are very lucky by having all of you, and thanks very much to the organizing committee of the conference, and thanks for inviting me. And we reached to the end. Thank you very much again.
Thank you, Imam Alam. And you were very impressive. So soft. And you were introducing our speakers in such a manner that they were about to make their speak lengthy, but you were there and you were saying in this so soft manner that they were kind of, yes, we are going to finish, and you did very best and you were nice today. Very impressive.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm very lucky to be with you today. Thank you.
Same here. So I think now we have to start with the next technical session. All are
Yes,
finished?
ma'am.
Okay, yes. Good afternoon once again. Thank you very much, Dr. Richard Rajan and Dr. Iman Alam, and to all the presenters this afternoon. Okay, for our chairman of the technical committee for this afternoon, a great contribution, of course, for this afternoon session. Okay, with that, we are looking forward. Hopefully, if we'll be having our international research presentation and other international speaking. Hopefully, we could have still you to share with us your expertise and enthusiasm. It is very highly appreciated from the both of you, Dr. Rajan and Dr. Alam. Okay, so may we move on for our next presentation. We will have another chairman for technical committee, which will be introduced to us by one of our international secretariat, Professor Sherry Sakandar. She will be presenting
Our
technical
technical chairman for the next activity,
international.
international presentation of research paper.
Okay na?
Okay, so this is the brief biography of Professor Dr. Faisal Fayyaz. ISEF Symposium Presenter, the year 2012 in Atlanta, USA, and he received an honoris causa award, honorary doctorate award in computer science by International Internship University. National Youth Empowerment Award in the year 2012, 2021. Country Head Pakistan ICRA International Country Head Pakistan T4 Community. International Speaker, Research and Global Educator. International Gymnast, Coach and Technical Official. Associate Secretary of Pakistan Gymnastics Federation. Project Manager, PUCIT, Punjab University. Senior Lecturer, Superior University of Pakistan. International Olympic Certified Gymnast Coach and Sport Administrator. Member of Project Management Institute USA. Lifetime member of Sports Engineering Association India. International Federation of Physical Education and Sport Editorial Board, member of Advanced Journal of Education and Technologies, Education Ambassador Pakistan of International Organization of Educators and Researchers, Reviews of Polaris Journal of Science.
May we know if Dr. Fayez is around?
Yes, I'm available here. I'm audible.
Okay, yes, Doctor, you're audible. Welcome.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for the wonderful introduction. So it's better that we have to start the session, technical session. Uh,
Yeah, we can start with the sessions because introduction is already being done. So, Dr. Faisal, you can continue with. Yes.
okay, thank you very much. So most important thing is this, that research is always a primary thing to explore new things. And if we see what is research, so all kinds of research is only for human. The simple meaning of research or anything, it's only for the humans and the inhabitants of this planet. So research is only to ease the things for human. So if we arrange different kinds of research competition, research sessions, then obviously we are encouraging our generation to discuss, to explore new things. In this way, they can do more better things, and they can become the best problem solver for 21st century skills and for future problems and challenges as well. So remember this thing, that academic sessions, webinars, conferences, each and everything is very important. And it's only if we share something, so in this way we are motivating to someone to learn, we are empowering to others, we are encouraging our young generation so that they could become the basically best challenger in the future, and they could survive better in their lives as well. Reason everyone having families and their ancestors, and obviously everyone is going to represent first of all from the home. So first of all, we will everyone represent his basically parents and of his or her parent. After that, your region, your other things, community, and other parameters comes. But remember this thing that the most important thing is this: survival in this world has become a challenge. So if you want to become successful in your life, so you have to learn something, you have to improve yourself, you have to empower yourself so that everyone could basically learn from you and follow you as well. So everyone is here basically doing and whatever the basically face the challenges, it's only for families. So everyone is struggling in this world, same like our young generations, our participants of this conference, they also basically having challenges, and it's just a basically training session. You can say it's a, you can say mock-up sessions for their future training so that they could become more better, more better problem solver as compared to us. Reason is this, that when we share knowledge or when we basically enhance the education level of everyone, so it's just like you are giving the spirit to someone and you are empowering to other ones so that the person could survive. You are going to help someone. They basically, in this way, the person could come to know how to learn and how to basically motivate to others, how to survive, and how to take different decisions, rational thinking. So these are all the different things and challenges in front of us. So thank you very much. Now, mic is handed over to the organizer. Dear administrator and organizer, the participants can present their presentation, or there is something that we have to do.
No, sir. They shall present their presentation.
Okay, so it is requested to the participants kindly sequence wise they have to start so that we could evaluate and we could share the insights. We could discuss that what is basically. It's just like giving them some helping tips or to empower themselves like things.
Okay, so our first presenter, we have Mr. Amir Ahmad Abdul Amir, PhD research scholar, School of Language, Department of English, Gujarat University, Ahmedabad, India. And together with Dr. Dasha Jani, SMPSR, Meta Art College, Ahmedabad, affiliated to Gujarat University, Ahmedabad, India. So their topic is about using educational psychology to improve the teaching learning environment.
It is requested to the participants kindly take a start and start your presentation, please.
Wabarakatuh. Good afternoon once again. Okay, since we don't have the first presenter, may we proceed with the next presenter? Professor Ankita Hoppu, research scholar from Jain Narayan Vyas University, Jodhpur, Rajasthan. She will be discussing about decoding the myth of fashion and consumer culture in the narratives of Sophie Kinsella, a chic literature perspective article. Professor Huku, if you're around.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, I'm there. Hello? Hello?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Mama, I'm audible. Hello?
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am,
ma'am.
you're audible, ma'am.
You shall continue your presentation.
Okay, ma'am. I'm starting my presentation. Good afternoon, all of them. My topic of today's presentation is decoding the myth of fashion and consumer culture in the narrative of Sophie Kinsley, a chick literature perspective. So began with a novel concept in literature, which had its emergence around 20th century, although more traces can be found back at 18th century with the great feminist writer Jane Austen. But the genre flourished with the arrival of Helen Fielding's most popular novel, Bridget Jones' Diary, which fall under the category of chick literature genre. In a very lucid term, the chick literature refers to the literature of women, so it can be further called as a woman-centric genre. As the novels of this category are mainly written by women for women audience, and the storyline too focused on the evolution of a new woman. Although the genre was highly criticized on the ground that it does not confront the real problems of women, but it does observe in the comprehensive analysis of the form and structure in the build of its protagonist. Taking a look or glimpse of the heroines of chick literature novels, very often certain traits are envisioned in them, like they have too many flaws in them. Oftenly, they are placed in a worse situation, struggling in their relationship, jobs, careers, having conflicting issue in family. Yet they always find a stability between their personal and professional life, which further have created a new identity for a woman being an independent woman. This genre not only deals with about women's problem, but also envisions the view that a girl from a stage of adolescence reaches up to the level of maturity under the heritage of patriarchal rule. For further progressing the themes of the chick literature, consumerism seems to be an important theme of this novel. Consumer culture is recognized as one such element which encompasses the subject like shopping, fashion, diet, luxurious wedding, and so on, enhanced all the more with comprehensive vision to the issues of sexuality, love, romance, marriage, which altogether can be related to the reflection of second wave of feminism, as the wave itself is reckoned with these issues in discussion. So began with the consumer culture. It is consumer culture is basically focuses on the purchase and the consumption of goods and services in society, which further impact the values and activities and social status of its members. This consumer culture is verily envisioned in the character of Rebecca Bloomwood, who is addicted to shopping, and her shopping tends to satisfy her needs and give her a pleasure from all the tedious work. Although most sometimes this compulsive buying can further include the extreme level of debit, anxiety, and frustration which had occurred with the Rebecca. Rebecca's addiction to shopping led to her in debit day by day starts to pile up. So it's verily said that Rebecca was trapped in the web of shopping. To further going through the myth of fashion, Rebecca's loves for fashion is engaged in these lines. There is no question. I have to this scarf. I have to have this scarf. Have to have it. It makes me look. It makes my. It makes my eyes look bigger. It makes my haircut look more expensive. It makes me look like a different person. I will be able to wear it with everything. People will refer to me as the girl in the Denny and George cap. Rebecca Bloom would always try to copy the latest fashion, trending clothes, matching bags and shoes, so that she can add to rich and glamorous shades, more than seeing the harsh realities of the world. Through her addiction to shopping, she tends to hide the reality of the world. For shopping for her is simply escape from her daily worries, pressure from work, livelihood, relationships, family issues. So Rebecca always finds a sensual pleasure in doing shopping to show offing and make a physical appearance. By concluding my presentation, Rebecca Bloomwood is charismatically pictured, fought with an addiction to shopping and living luxurious life, cohesively painted by new clothes, shoes, spending on homeware and beauty products. She is enlivened with a motive to live up to date. This is how Rebecca profusely decorated her life without knowing the fact that she is in debit. Thank you so much.
Okay, Ankita, it's a wonderful presentation by your side. And obviously, when we talk about the novel stories and its references, so it's a moral lessons. Each and every story in this world are having different kinds of moral lessons. So in this way, humans learn. In this way, humans learn
Audible to
that
me.
how to resolve the problem and what are the issues. And in this way, the human tackles the problem.
Hello.
I'm audible? Okay. So
Yes,
your
sir. Yes, sir. You're
analysis
audible.
of the novel and your research is
Okay.
awesome and good. You did. You pointed out each and everything that what are the problems, what are the desires, wishes, the person, the character is having, and in this way, how to resolve that thing and what due to these resources, due to the basically these desires and wishes, what kind of problems she is facing as well. I'm in New York, and at this time I'm in Brooklyn Bridge. So again, this is just like exploration that I'm doing, and I just received a call, and I'm also attending your session as well. So reason is this, that whatever the task, whatever the problem you have to find the way that how you tackle it and how you do it. So same like these stories, these novel analysis, it gives us a basically, it opens our mind and it gives us a way that what the person in the novel is having, what kind of problem the person's having the problems, and in which way he or she basically finds a way to solve the problems.
Yes.
And at the end, we have finally come to know the conclusion of the complete basically novel, that what happened at the end. We know very well some of the novels and are basically drastic, some novels and are in a beautiful way writers wind up. But remember this thing, that there are many stories in this world which are not basically, you can say that, which are not come on the screen and which are not basically in come on the audience as well. So this is
Yes, sir.
one of the case that you have discussed, and same like these experiences, these internal instincts of a person in the novel that has been discussed. So it basically gives a way to human, and it provides a guidance to anyone. Reason humans always learn when they see someone, that how the other person is dealing, how the person is managing his problem, what kind of desires or wishes the other person is having. So observation is very important. So during reading novels, during analysis of these novels, and even analysis of different stories, you can come to know that what kind of observation you received and what will be the rational outcome of these stories or this novel. And when such kind of situations human face personally, then obviously they will, the person we try to make and wind up the basically our problem in a beautiful way, in a rational way. So remember, novel analysis, novels, stories, these are always give a path to human, give a way to human, that what happened, and in this way, the person basically face all the challenges, and in this way, the person is able to find a way. And if the person choose a wrong way, then obviously its end will be wrong. And if the person choose a right way, its end will be beautiful, and you can say it will be fruitful as well. So when we talk about when there is a good deeds, when there is a good intentions that you have, then obviously humans will always get a beautiful outcome in the life as well. So your presentation is excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next thing that
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Fayez. You have such overflowing insights given to our presenter. So now we will be having our next presenter. Our next presenter is Professor Arvinder Kaur Patlaya, researcher scholar, Banastali Vidyapit, Rajasthan, India. The topic is about identity crisis in adulthood rights, unraveling ontological paradoxes.
May I start, Ma? Hello? If
Yes,
I'm
ma'am.
audible, may
Yes,
I
ma'am.
start?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. You shall continue.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Just give me a moment. I would like to go ahead and share my screen. I hope my screen is visible to everyone.
Yes, ma'am. It is visible.
Thank you so much, sir. So I am Arvinder Kaur Panklia, and I am actually a research scholar at Banasthali Vidyapeeth. So I would like to present a paper or titled Identity Crisis in Adulthood Rights. That is a novel, one of the series by Octavia Butler. And the entire title is Identity Crisis in Adulthood Rights, Unraveling Ontological Paradoxes. It is actually an exploration into what it means to be post-human, how our identities are changing, and how that identity needs to be negotiated. This is what is going on around us. To understand that and to decode that, I found that this particular text by the author is very relevant. So that is the reason I'm using it.
Madam, 1 second. Ma'am,
Yes.
we are able to see your mail inbox. We are unable to see your PPT.
Okay, so let me just try it once. Is it visible now, sir?
Now it's also in the mail inbox.
Oh, so sorry, sir. Just give me a moment, sir. I'll just try and I
Ma'am,
hope.
yeah, kindly close your mail. Then we are able to see your PPT.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. I'll do that. Just a moment, sir. Just a moment, sir. I hope it is visible now, sir.
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am. Now
that's
it is
visible.
visible.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. So this is what the title is, and I really wanted to explore from the post-human perspective and see how our identity and the negotiation around it changes. And for that, I based my research onto one of the texts that's by Octavia E. Butler. The title of the text is Adulthood Rights. And the key points of the research paper are going to be to delve into the ontological paradoxes that develop and how the identity crisis results as in the novel. Next would be explore the tension between biological determinism and individual agency, examine the conflict between sameness and difference, highlight philosophical themes of autonomy and selfhood, address hybridity and genetic diversity as central motives, and then prompt reflection on human existence and the societal norms. That is the ultimate reflection of any work, as sir has also mentioned earlier, that it is about what is happening into the society. So I would like to correlate whatever are the findings from this text to how we are living our lives and how it is resulting in our identity negotiation. To begin with, just to establish a basic context of what is ontological identity, it is also known as a metaphysical identity or a numerical one, something that tells you what you are, existence of something as one and the same entity. So if you look at the image also projects an omelette that is made there, the egg out there that is made out, what it is, and the reflected image that we prepare in our mind. Do they both go ahead and identify with each other, sign and signifier? So that is at the core of identifying something. And if we talk in terms of philosophy, so in terms of philosophy, the concept is that ontological identity explores questions. What makes something the same thing over time? But what makes one object distinct from the other? For example, if we take the principle of ship of thesis as well, in ship of thesis, it was said that if over the period of time there is a ship, and while doing the repairs, eventually every part of that ship has been replaced by another part, does that ship still retain the same identity? Say, for example, if it is Titanic, over time that boat, that entire ship's parts are changed, do we in the end still identify that same one as Titanic? Or the new entity that has been formed maybe by the replaced parts, the ones that we were removing, we put them together and we create a new entity. Do we call that particular one Titanic? So which one it is going to be? That is at the core of finding an identity for ourselves. So now from here, I would like to move on to first to give a background into what this novel is about. This novel or this particular one text out of the series, here it is, the context is where catastrophe has hit Earth and the entire human mankind almost has been vanquished and demolished. Just a handful of the humans have been saved by Onkali. Onkali is an alien race that is trying to go ahead and co-produce along with humans to produce and come up with a new entity that will have the benefits of both the races put in together. And the central character of adulthood rights is Akin. And Akin is the first person or the first construct, as they call it, human and Onkali construct, who has come into this world basis this particular amalgamation co-producing by Onkali as well as human reproduction. So as a result, Akin is someone who is a construct, who is a product that has come into being, who is not entirely human, who's not entirely Onkali, and how he goes ahead and paves out that particular path for himself. What are his challenges? That is what is at the heart of this particular text. So there are specific scenes. There is one scene where again he's kidnapped from the village where he's staying with his mother and the Onkali, and he's taken into the human village where only the humans are staying. So he has lots of fear inside him. He fears how the humans are going to interact, how they're going to react to him. That fear comes from the fact of knowing that he physically is not looking like humans, although he has partially human genes in himself. And humans, when he goes into that village, he does face a lot of changes. He has some tentacles around his body. So there comes a scene where a couple of villagers, they say, if we chop off these tentacles, if these tentacles are not visible, he's going to look like more like humans. So they plot that when he's sleeping, we are going to douse him, we're going to make him go unconscious and take off those tentacles. So at the core of this particular action or this particular interaction is that they want the same kind of outlook that we have envisaged for ourselves as a humanity. Within humanity also, we see that a lot of people, they are on the outlines of that particular core group. They are called subalterns. They are subalterns for the simple reason that they're not fitting into the popular model that has been created. And the same is faced by Akin in this particular novel as well. So along with that, the biological determinism and individual agency. If we focus on this here, if we talk of Akin, Akin is someone who is biologically a amalgamation of human and Onkali genes. So he has some superpowers that Onkali have. Onkalis have the ability to go ahead and heal other people, but they do not have the same outlook. The physical outlook is different. Their ability to go ahead and connect with other people is different. They do not use words as much. They use their memory. They use their rest of the senses to go ahead and relate with other people. They find that people using pen and paper to memorize things, to note down or create records is a very weak way of doing. They want to do it the way that is more natural, more assimilated into their entire being. So the entire history, each Omkali is carrying within them. So that knowledge is transferred from one person to the other person in entirety. They are taught through the life. They are taught through experience, not through pen and paper. So now this is the cross section where Akin finds himself drawn towards humans. He thinks that humans have the right to have that individual agency for themselves, that they want to live the way they have been living, continue that. Whereas the Onkali want to end that, and they want to bring humans on and turn them eventually into the way, the Onkali way of life, that is collective family, not an individual agency perspective. Next point that we need to look into adulthood rights that brings out the paradox is that examining the conflict between sameness and difference. So now Akin is at that cusp where he is neither Onkali, neither human. So when he is into the Onkali village, there he finds a lot of differences. Differences in terms of how he looks. He looks more human as compared to the Onkalis, because Onkalis, they have tentacles. They do not have two limbs, like four limbs, two arms and two legs. They're differently wired. They're all slimy, whereas he has the human form. So there the acceptance becomes different. His connection with his mother, that is through words. They speak, they discuss, they exchange. Whereas if we look at Onkali connection, they talk through their sensory organs. They connect those sensory organs. They just let those thoughts go ahead. There is a lot of telepathy. They understand the chemical reactions that are uh, the reactions or the rays that a physical body emits. They're able to interpret that and understand that. So he is conflicted at the differences that he has with either race, and is conflicted because of the sameness that he has with both of them. Some features from there and some elements from there. So that is also a paradox that is happening for him, because that is creating a crisis for him to identify himself. Who is he? He is, in fact, in the novel, if we look at it, the Onkalis are not reflected by using the pronoun he, she, or they. They are reflected by it. They are all reflected by it. That is the pronoun that has been used for them. Because as of now, there is no construct that has been able to live beyond and identify and chart a path of their own. Next is this heritage, the knowledge, and the information that this Akin comes up with, how he discourses that. Who does he share with? Who does he form a familial bond with? Who is he is at the core of this particular work. Now, bringing in the post-human aspect, the world that we are living in is a post-human aspect. Now, here, if we investigate the influence of hybridity that is happening, the diversity, the genetic diversity that is possible. These days, if we want to change the color of our eye, we are able to go ahead and get it changed. Along with that, there are a lot of other, if as a person, somebody whose hand is maybe in an accident destroyed the way that it was, can have a technological supplement to it. So that brings in a lot of hybridity that is happening.
Yes, ma'am, I'm sorry for
Is,
interrupting because
yes,
we have
ma'am.
just given 10 minutes for all the presenters.
Tell
May
me.
we extend at least 1 minute for you to have your last presentation, ma'am.
Sure, ma'am. Sure, ma'am. So I'll move away from here. There are a certain number of things I've just discussed these, that he is a construct and they face a large number of discriminations, and they are not able to decide which one to go with. What is their collective identity and what is their individual identity? And to go ahead and work, bring them together, there are a number of references that a lot of philosophers have worked on. I have put together some of their quotes that really are relevant to this particular work, and that is like cyborg is a creature in a post-gender world. Like Akin's journey, Akin's dilemma is very well something as it seems as Donna Harvey has really gone ahead and understood that dilemma that it will come in, and she's kind of given you a solution that his condition is something that is beyond being aligned or put into what is going on in the normal regular world. She says that it is a part into higher unity. That is how it is going to be for him, and he has to accept his identity being a cyborg. And some of the challenges that are there that lead to profound existential dilemma, transgression across boundaries, hybridity, and then transformation and enhancement that Akin is rising up with. So these are few of the researchers there whose work is very relevant, and under these their quotations and their thoughts are the ones that we are going to apply on this research paper to develop the details. In the end, if I may say, there are two things in the context. That is one, fluidity and hybrid identity. That is to go ahead and put an emphasis onto non-unitary subjectivities, so that we know that there is fluidity and multiplicity of identity is possible. Characters, they should be accepted. They should be able to come in and come along and bring in on board. So this novel, it raises lots of ethical questions and implications that are coming in because of the way the human race is evolving, the way we are becoming post-human, the way we are getting into individual and collective identities. So as the society grapples with advancements in technology and genetic engineering, adulthood rights serves as a cautionary tale and urging careful consideration of consequences and potential dangers in manipulating the very essence of human existence. So do we accept what we are becoming? How do we evolve into that? That is all from my end. Thank you so much.
Okay, ma'am, thank you very much. Okay, because at least we have already extended the time for your presentation. Okay, Dr.
Apologies for that. Sorry.
to his comments and insights on your presentation. Thank you.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you very much. Your delivery of presentation is excellent. Your analysis of your novel and your research work is excellent and highly technical and rational. Obviously, these stories, these characters, identity recognition, nowadays we are facing different kinds of challenges in future. We know very well digital world, and we are facing many other threats due to these robots and other artificial intelligence world as well. So same like things are from the last thousands years ago, uh, humans are facing when different races and communities meet to each other and they share, and unintentionally if someone basically reach a African person in Asian countries or something like, so they have different customs, tradition, different kinds of you can say their customs and their way of uh, living standard or something like. So same like Akin's character that you have discussed, it's all about this thing that it's a basically diversified person who basically reached on a place where where all other are same and similar, but he is the unique one, she is the unique one. And what kind of thinking, problems, challenges she is facing, you critically analyzed, and according to that, you demonstrated in an excellent way. So, congratulations that your presentation is very good. Thank you
Thank you
very
so
much.
much. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, may we proceed for the next speaker?
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Fayez, for that very informative insights given to our presenter.
Thank you.
So for our next presenter for this second session is Dr. B. Priyangha, a Doctor of Philosophy, Research Scholar, Department of English, PSG College of Arts and Sciences, together with Dr. M. John Suganya, Associate Professor, Department of English, PSG College of Arts and Sciences, which they will discuss the topic, the impact of social and emotional factors in Asian American novel entitled Everything I Never Told You.
Good afternoon,
Present,
everyone.
you may start your presentation.
Okay, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Okay, is my presentation is visible? Is my PPT is visible?
Yes, it's visible.
Okay, ma'am.
It is already visible.
Okay, let me start my presentation. My article is entitled as The Impact of Social and Emotional Factors in the Asian American Novel, Everything I Never Told You. So this is about an immigrant writing by the author Celestine. This is a debut novel of the author Celestine's Everything I Never Told You. So the immigrant writings are always the reflection of self-identity, racism, and hostility. The plot of the novel revolves around the mixed race families' conflict and struggles in the American society. So the main focus is about how the James, he is from a Chinese culture and Marlon is from an American culture. Their mixed race marriage has impact in their children's life. This biracial identity causes conflicts in their three children. The first child, Lydia is always pressured by her mother's dream. She has a dream of becoming a doctor, but due to her marriage with James, she was made to discontinue her studies. She tries to fulfill her dreams by pressuring in Lydia's education. The second child, Nathan, because of his physical appearance as a result of biracial identity, he's getting bullied in the American society. Hannah, she is the third child, but she is invisible in the family because the parents mostly give priority to the first child, Lydia. This concept is also a reflection of the topic tragic mulatto. This is a concept where the person who belongs to the American society, but he's a descendant of an African, means the person neither feels an African or American. So neither white or neither black. So the same concept also applies here. These children.
Sorry for interruption. Your PPT presentation is not moving.
My PPT presentation is? Can you hear me? What happened?
Slides are not moving now.
Okay.
Madam, you shall present, your slides are not moving. Kindly.
Okay, sir. So is it now visible?
Now it is visible. You shall continue the presentation.
Okay, sir. So this is similar to the concept of tragic mulatto, where the family and the children neither feel that they belong to American society or their cultural heritage. The second concept is also present here, which is a societal pressure. So the family faces societal pressure in various ways. So the Marlin's unfulfilled dreams of becoming a doctor is pressured on the first child, Lydia. So James also has a misunderstanding over Marlin's because of his biracial identity. He feels Marlin left him only because he belongs to an Asian identity. So why Marlin has left the medicinal course and why she is trying to fulfill her needs means she has a past. In this past reflects the 1960s of American society, where Marlin's mother, Doris, she is a single mother who helps in the development of Marlin in her childhood, but she doesn't have any occupation. She just becomes a housewife only because of a single mother. So in that time, it reflects the 20th century where the housewives are considered as a honorable position in compared to the working women's. So she tries to implement this thing in the Marlin's life, where Marlin doesn't want to become a housewife. But unfortunately, she also become a housewife. So that's why Marlin's trying to pressure the education in Lydia's life. The other concept, gender conformity. So the gender conformity is reflected in the novel, whereas the whole novel focuses on the struggles of the women and the mixed race identity in the 20th century in American society, where Marlene struggled with the gender conformity and assimilation. The reason for biracial identity, where this develops the guilt in James into a misbelief and creates a misunderstanding with Marlene. So the pressure on Lydia for an education to pursue the doctorate, this leads to Lydia's death. She suicides by drowning in the lake because she was unable to fulfill her mother's needs. The parents also was not ready to learn what their daughter wants to learn and what
Dr. Priyanka. Dr. Priyanka, we cannot hear you.
Madam, she is facing some technical issues, so please call the next presenter.
Okay, yes, sorry for the technical issue that Dr. Priyanka is facing. So now may
Yeah,
we proceed with the sixth
madam, she
center.
has joined.
We have Dr. Bagyashri M. Biraktaman, a research scholar from the Department of English, Central University of Karnataka, Kadaganchi State, Karnataka, India. The topic is about the formation of post-colonial identity, a study of Kannada cinema.
am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, you are audible.
Yes.
Okay.
Anji, Anji.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. Today's topic of my presentation is Formation of Postcolonial Identity, a study of Kannada cinema. The term identity is one of the most influential concepts across social sciences and the humanities in general, and postcolonial studies in particular. It can refer to one's sense of self, their personal characteristics and traits, their social roles and relationships, and their sense of belonging to a particular group of or community. Identity can be shaped by factors such as culture, religion, race, gender, sexual orientation, and can change and evolve over the course of a person's life. The word postcolonial is useful as a generalization to the extent that it refers to a process of disengagement from the whole colonial syndrome, which takes many forms and is probably inescapable for all those whose words have been marked by that set of phenomena. Postcolonial is or should be a descriptive, not an evaluative. The postcolonial theory addresses issues pertaining to culture, history, nation, gender, identity, diaspora, queer, language, and many more. According to Leela Gandhi, postcolonialism can be seen as a theoretical resistance to the mystifying amnesia of the colonial aftermath. It's a disciplinary project devoted to the academic task of revisiting, remembering, and crucially, interrogating the colonial past. The term identity is widely used since the 16th century to tell
date in different disciplines. Identity has particular resonance to media and communications. The role of media in the assertion of identity, in the projection of collectives, shared experiences, in the construction, reconstruction, deconstruction, stereotyping, and manufacturing of identities, in mobilizing the collectives and in sustaining the movement is extremely important. Cinema still seems to lend itself in better ways than the newspaper or the novel for creating and sharing identities and a sense of belongingness. Cinema, therefore, has been used very effectively in South India and elsewhere to nurture and strengthen certain identities. India has one of the world's biggest and more vibrant film industries, and the multilingual, multicultural nature of the country and the industry provide an unparalleled diversity of visual experience. Cinema, part of popular culture in India, has been influencing individuals and their lives significantly. As a multicultural and multilinguistic country, regional films produced under linguistic and geographical categorizations attain lots of cultural significance. In a broader sense, regional films in a multiple ways constitute and construct post-colonial reaffirmations of regional cultural specificities and distinct identities. Among the regional heterogeneous varieties of the film industry, the films produced in the southern state of India, named Karnataka, in a unique way, try to explore distinct Kannada identity with the diverse social behaviors and multifaceted culture. Janaki Nair opines that the idea of Kannada identity and its articulations have been defined and redefined several times from the inceptions of Renaissance insights to the modern period. But it is observed that it was during the post-independence phase that the domain of popular culture, that is films, print magazines, became an important site for the assertion of Kannada identity. Kannada historical cinema, particularly of the 1960s, was an important discourse that majorly focused on culturally and emotionally integrating the erstwhile disparate parts into a region nation. The paper attempts to understand the historical specificities of certain film produced immediately after the formation of Karnataka state as a unified, distinct geographical and linguistic entity. By giving special reference to the movie Ranadhira Kantirava, the paper attempts to historicize the legitimation of a unified identity production constituted in the film. According to the film scholar Madhav Prasad, Ranadhira Kantirava is one through which the seeds of the cinema-based Kannada nationalism were decisively sown. The film set the stage for Rajkumar's career to lead unerringly thereafter towards the kind of absolutist kingship over the nation of Kannada that is ascribed in the narrative to the king Ranadira. Though state had reorganized the territories under the single geographical space amid an unsettled condition, but it had failed in bringing communities under an emotionally common cultural entitlement as Kannadigas. Most of the historicals in Kannada cinema were made in the 1960s, understandably as an attempt at culturally consolidating the Kannada nation after the formation of Kannada state in the 1956. The post-colonial imagination of Kannada identity more or less got an assimilist turn where the unique characteristics of every community got merged into a particular shape and reduced the boundaries among communities by erasing the signs and memories of multi-ethnic plural elements. Karnataka, originally known as the state of Mysore, is a state in the southern western region of India. The state covers 5.83% of the total geographical area of India. It considered to be one of the classical languages of India is the widely spoken language. After the fall of Tipu Sultan in 1799, who had fought 4 wars against British, the kingdom of Mysore was restored to the Wadiyars.
With a gap of 50 years in between, it was princely rule with an overseeing British paramountcy that marked this region until 1947, when India attained its nationalhood, and 1950 when the princely state became a part of Indian nation. Randhira Kantirava, like other historical films, actively engaged in constructing Kannada nation by appealing to the past. This movie, based on the life of one of the greatest warriors of Karnataka, Randhira Kantirava Narsaraj Odiyar, who was the 12th Maharaja of the Kingdom of Mysore. The movie begins with the song, a voice-over appeal to the Kannadiga audience. ಗೆಳೆಯ ಕನ್ನಡಿಗರೇ ಸ್ವಾಗತವು ನಿಮಗೆ, welcoming them to the show and promising to present them with the story of Kannada's past glory. Of course, it may be said that the story, based on the historical figure of the Mysore royal family, who is reputed to have restored it to its former glory, warranted such address. True, but there is an additional element to be taken care of. Previously, there is a very little evidence that the Kannadiga was considered as any more than a member of particular market for whom films would be made in Kannada. But in the wake of the linguistic reorganization of states, there is a move to establish a more lasting relationship with this audience, appealing to its sense of national belonging. The narrative of Ranadira Kantirava itself, needless to say, is imbued with an anachronistic Kannada nationalism, which is another indication of the film's very contemporary preoccupations. It's a story of palace intrigue under the warriors, and the film begins with the young king who loves pleasure, being accosted by his mother, daughter Queen, and cousin Kantirava. The young king sees the error of his ways and intends to reform, but he is poisoned at the behest of his minister. His cousin Kantirava is installed in his place, as king by the political lobby in the palace. It is expected that Kantirava will be playable, but he becomes powerful in his own right and terms. The film is preoccupied with defining the Kannada identity, and apart from the opening song, eulogizing Kannada proceeds about it in two ways. On the one hand are Kantirava's friendly dealings with various chieftains and emissaries who speak different kinds of Kannada. On the other hand are Kantirava's deeds against the Tamils. The chief of these acts is his defeating a Tamil wrestler in Tiruchi. Characters who speak Tamil and Malayalam are placed by the film in the position of Kantirava's adversaries. The movie is concerned with upholding the democratic accountability of the monarch to his subjects instead of the loyalty of the subject to the monarch.
Bhagyashri, sorry to interrupt you. Better you have crossed your time, so kindly sum up.
Yeah, ma'am. Sure, ma'am. Sure. So, history begins with the handing down of tradition. The tradition means the carrying out of the habits and lessons of the past into the future. The absolute in history is not something in the past from which we start. It is not something in the present, since all present thinking is necessarily relative. It is something still incomplete and in process of becoming something in the future towards which we move,
Excuse
which
me,
begins to
Dr.
take shape only
Bhagyashri.
as
Please be reminded for the time. We would like to give you
yeah,
one
ma'am.
minute
Yeah, ma'am.
for
Yeah,
your
yeah, 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 yeah,
presentation.
yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, ma'am. The present age is the historically minded of all ages. Modern man is to an unprecedented degree of self-conscious and therefore conscious of history. He peers eagerly back into the twilight of out of which he has come in the hope that it faints beams will illuminate the obscurity into which he is going, and conversely his aspirations and anxieties about the path that lies ahead quicken his insight into what lies behind. Past, present, and future are linked together in the endless chain of history. Thank you.
Okay, yes, Dr. Bhagyashri. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you, ma'am.
Fayas around. Okay, Dr. Fayas, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. So first of all, the student basically delivered in a right way that what's the relation between history, Mysore, and all the characters she basically demonstrated and delivered in her research work. So history always gives you basically something that what happened, and according to that we finalize and we think our present and our future. So history at some places is very drastic and worst, but on the other hand, it gives us lesson. It gives us that what happened, and according to that, what was the outcome was in front of us. Just like Mysore state that you have discussed, and obviously, whatever the situation was there, British East India Company and British government, whatever they did with Mysore state. But remember this thing that every region, every character, every person having their own way, own basically thinking, character, and you can say challenges as well. So if we just look in India, in India's history, so Mysore is one of the place, one of the state who bravely defeated and challenged to the British East India Company. And same like thing that when we talk about your research work, different character you have discussed, and all these characters having mixed, diversified, you can say qualities and attributes. So when different things are basically when nowadays this is the time where diversity is a blessing, you can say. If the similar things, then there is nothing that you can learn. But on the other hand, if diversified team members in your team, then you can innovate and you can invent something. This is the latest research is saying that diversity is very important. Reason is this: similar or same things when it's in front of you, so we could not learn properly, or even we could become bored as well, as compared to reason humans want change. So if you bring change, if you think differently, and if you work in a diversified way, then obviously your outcome will be different, innovative, and it will be best outcome will be as well. So thank you very much. Overall, your presentation is good, and you stated and discussed each and every character, and according to that, you linked up each and everything. So that's good. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Dr.
sir.
Faisal. Your knowledge was quite up to the mark, and you possess a deep understanding and expertise in the subject matter. What I have listened, I come to know about this only, and you provide valuable and accurate information. You are into correct form of research. Thank you so much
Thank
for
you very
your
much.
insights. Thank you.
It's an honor for me that I'm here, and obviously you are a very knowledgeable and respectable person who have a lot of research work. I basically I salute to your efforts, salute to your basically your uh, good deeds that you are earning while engaging the young generation in a right way. Reason in this way we are empowering these young generation to become good. So thank you to you.
Yes. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Now, I think we must proceed to our next technical session. Shall we start,
Yes,
Brenda?
good afternoon again. Thank you
You
very
were
much.
very nice. You were maintaining each and everything very balancing position. Very nice. So, shall we start with the next technical session?
Okay, yes,
Ma'am,
thank you very
she will introduce our third technical session chairperson. Then
Okay.
you will start.
Okay.
Yes, just
Okay.
Dr. Richa. We are very honored and delighted that we have a noble and pious speakers, international educator and researchers to give us your insights
with the presentation this afternoon. So we will be moving on forward to the third session of this activity, in which it will be having another technical committee chairperson, and it will be introduced to us by Engineer Sharif Jaafar, a special assistant to the Director of Internationalization of Mindanao State University.
So please unmute yourself.
I hope we are okay. Now let's move on for next session. First, let me introduce the next chairperson. This is Dr. Barbara Amaka Urdu, our third technical session chairperson. She is a multi-award winning talented actress, evangelist, entrepreneur, marriage counselor, and political analyst with over 40 years of combined working experience across these fields, a powerful force in the society that has helped to train and empower over 50 females under the auspices of Nigerian Army, and is responsible of training and empowering man, other women with knowledge and tools to become self-sufficient and independent. Former Miss Nigerian pageant contestant 1990 and featuring over 30 Nigerian movies and TV soap operas. She is a doctorate and award-winning popular Nollywood actress, social activist, and who is doing work for the betterment of the women. Now, please help me welcome the next chairperson, Dr. Princess Barbara Amaka Udu. Doc.
Ma'am, please unmute your audio, ma'am.
Is she there?
Yes, she's.
Yes, I think she's around, Dr. Princess Barbara. You may unmute your phone.
Barbara, madam, kindly unmute your audio.
Tijo sir,
Dr.
guide her
Barbara, your
how
cam
she
is on, but
unmute
however,
her phone.
your sound is mute.
Barbara, madam, kindly unmute your audio. You will find a mic symbol. Please click it so that it will be unmuted.
Sorry, ma'am, we couldn't hear you. Kindly check your mic. They have a mic button. Please click that.
Madam, you are unmuted, but we are unable to hear you. I am thinking there is a problem in the microphone.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
now we
ma'am.
can
Yes,
hear
ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Can
We
you
can
hear
hear
me
you.
now?
Yes, yes. Now we can hear you.
Okay, let me try to speak. I think this is not too good. I just want to say thank you very much. I am really I'm elated to be amongst distinguished personalities from all over the world, especially India. And I'm glad to be here, basically. Thank you for having me. I hope we have a blast.
Yes, sure. And we have heard about you a lot. You are the famous personality in Nigeria. You have done more than 50 movies, films over there. And today we welcome you over here and kindly continue with our session, technical session. Welcome over here.
Thank you.
So now we are having our first speaker. He is C. Crystal Shani, PhD Research Scholar, Department of English, Amaya Velankai College, Thalayatam, which is affiliated to Manmonium Sundaram University, Abhishek Patti, Thiruvalluvam, India. And the topic is Exploitation of the Voiceless, a Marxist reading of Ismail's Bear, Radiance of Tomorrow. So we welcome our first speaker of technical session number 3.
Good afternoon. I am Crystal Shani, research scholar from Annivelamkanni College, Thalayavettam. My paper titled Exploitation of the Voiceless, a master's reading of Ishmael Ba's Radiance of Tomorrow. So this paper is an attempt to showcase how the voiceless people are exploited by the capitalists in Sierra Leone. The term exploitation refers to taking advantage of someone or something for their own purpose. Karl Marx, through his theory, portrays that workers are exploited to a greater extent by the capitalist society. Literature also mirrors the exploitation of voiceless through various literary genres. Many writers, through their works, expose the sufferings of voiceless people, and one among them is Ishmael Ba. So, Ishmael Ba is one of the prominent writers of Sierra Leone, and in his works, he usually documents the sufferings and humiliation of the voiceless people. His novel, Rodians of Tomorrow, expresses the untold miseries of middle class and low class people, and through various characters, the writer brings to light the sufferings of the voiceless people. So, commodification plays a major role in Marxism. It is a subordination of both private and public realms to the logic of capitalism. In this logic, such things as friendship, knowledge, women, etc., are understood only in terms of their economic values. They are no
Excuse
longer
me,
treated
madam.
as
Please turn on your camera and present.
They are no longer treated as things with fundamental worth, but as commodities. They are valued extrinsically in terms of money. Prostitution is also a type of commodification. It is an economic exchange which is understood as happening with a definite set of social relationships. Karl Marx finds prostitutes as victims of the capitalist system. During the war, women start trading sexual favors for food, protection, and for other goods. So it is not as buying or selling bodies, but it is selling of service. Marx suggests that prostitution is quite straightforward issues. Workers are exploited by the capitalists not through cheating, but by the nature of wage labor itself. Workers exchange commodity for wage. The commodity is not the product of their labor, but their capacity to labor, their labor power. Baugh also pictures the commodification of women in his novel Radiance of Tomorrow. In the novel, women are forced to involve in prostitution because of their poverty. They are treated as object by men. Men are the capitalists who exploit the women, and women exchange their body for money. In Imperi, after the war, prostitution is considered as a booming business. At first, the women in Imperi start getting money from the foreigners in exchange of their body. They do this because of poverty, but later they take money from anyone. Soon, women from other parts of the village start coming to Imperi to do prostitution. Ba says, wives and daughters without means and desperate began to take money from foreigners at first and eventually from anyone in exchange of their bodies. And soon enough, women arrived from other parts of the country to do the same. So in Freetown, prostitution thus becomes a business, and whenever men find a woman near a hotel, they think them to be prostitute. Even ordinary women who wait near the hotel are mistaken as a prostitute. Kula, wife of Bakare, works in a hotel, and her daughter Miata and her friend Izatu wait for Kula outside the hotel. An old English fellow mistakes them as prostitute and invites them to his room. But most of the women do prostitution because of their family situation, and they are treated as commodities in the Marxist society. Then in Marxism, class domination also plays a major role. So low class people are dominated by high class people with the power of money. They dominate the subordinate class. The subordinate people are voiceless, and they are always the victims of high class people. Ba in his novel Radiance of Tomorrow also pictures how the domination of high class over the subordinate classes. With their power, they control the high officials of the country. Powerful people are corrected by the high class people. One day, one of the major characters in Radiance of Tomorrow is a powerful man. Even the police of the country are under his control. When the elders of Imperi come to meet him, they are stopped near the gate. The security guards told them that they have to get appointment to meet him. The guard cannot do anything for this matter because he is subordinated by Onde. When the god tries to contact Onde through his walkie-talkie, he is scolded by Onde. He cannot raise voice against Onde because he depends on the wages that are given to him by Onde. The high-class people correct even the police with their money. The police are blind to the truth and decide with the powerful people. Barr narrates an incident in which the police supports the mining company even though the justice is with common people. A young boy of 16 years dies by stepping on a live electric wire in the dark. This happens because of the ignorance of the mining company. They lay electric wires but do not indicate any danger sign near it. So people of Imperi create commotion and they uproot electric poles and destroy the things of the mining company. But the police officers arrive there and throw tear gases into the crowd. They act as blind to the justice because they are blindfolded by the money which is given to them by high class people. Thus, currency finds a prominent in dominating the subordinating class. Since the dominant class are given access to currency, they use it as a weapon to dominate the subordinate class. Power pictures another incident in which a principal subordinates the teachers who work in his institution. The two
Ray,
teachers
you are having, excuse me, beta, you are having only 1 minute. 1 more minute.
Okay, ma'am. So, teachers are also dominated by the principal in the name of capitalists. Thus, this paper exposes how voiceless people are exploited in a class-dominated society and they work hard for their masters. The low-class people, they work for their masters but paid a meager amount. On the other hand, the capitalists enjoy their life. So, people should raise voice against such exploitation and fight for it. Thus, through his writing, Barr has given voice to the voiceless people. Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, Miss Barbara, do you want to speak something? You're not audible. You're not audible.
Can you hear me now?
Now we can hear you. Yes.
Okay, I'm just going to try to take this away. I
Yeah.
listen with this and I speak through the microphone. Thank you so much, Dr. Rex Namer. I think that that was an interesting piece, speaking from your paper or your book, Radiance of Tomorrow. I think Radiance of Tomorrow is metaphorical. I like it. In fact, that took the whole of me and made me pay more attention to what you were trying to share with us, the knowledge transfer. I would quickly say this, that personally, I have an interest in topics like this. I think beyond, being boxed into where the society wants us to be as a gender, I think we should rise above our limitations. And I'll quickly tell you how I'm able to come up with the cliche rising above our limitations. My ministry, Practical Living Ministries, actually tries to teach on how we can rise above our limitations. Yes, we've heard a lot about women being exploited, going into prostitution, from not being able to look after themselves, talk more of looking after other people. But I'll tell you this, I think it behoves us now to take the bull by the horn. I'm aware, like from where I come from in Nigeria, it's pretty much a patriarchal society. But I think women need to rise up and take their place. And it will begin from loving one another. I think women are not cooperative enough. We're not cooperating with one another. I think women need to do more to cooperate, to connect, to network, and build, empowerment programs, so that with this, we will be able to realize that we can pass on legacies, wealth, power to same gender. And then I think with that, this would go a long way to help the feminine gender. It will go a long way, because as a teen, as it is, it's like we look up to the men for so much. We look up to the men for so much. And if you ask me, God has done his part. He said, go ye into the world and take dominion. Dominion is not exclusive to the men alone. It is exclusive to both genders. It depends on how you want to see it. I think the feminine gender, we just see ourselves as, okay, all we just need to do is speak bills of, just those what would I call it now? Mundane mentality. I'm sorry, there are a lot of females here, but I hope I'm speaking our minds. I think we need to look beyond superficiality. I think we need to look at that we are able also to pass on, substantial legacies to our children for the good of the society. I think we need to rise above being just looked upon as just being sex objects. And by the way, if we have what the men want, why can't we use it to our advantage? To hold power, to hold sway, and control the economy. Why not? This is my take. So I think that women, we need to help ourselves. We need to help especially the young ones, as in the catch them young. We can begin programs like that to begin to catch them young and begin to inculcate the right knowledge in them, and then encourage them further so that we can become the women of the future that we are here discussing, the women we want to see, the woman that we want to become, who can hold sway, who can hold our own. My take. Thank you, Dr. Rex Normal.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah. Miss Barbara, you were it was like you were speaking about women. Yes, cooperation, networking can be the power of empowerment for women. And the time will come, everyone will be in the balance phase. And Rex, you spoke very well about the voiceless people, how they are exploited by the capitalist society, and prostitutes are the main victim. And who are the prostitutes? Women. Yes, and that is due to poverty only. And these queries will remain queries. As Barbara has said, all have to be together on one platform, one globe. They must connect each other. Everyone should talk about this. Thank you, Beta. So we are having the next speaker of technical session 3, Dr. Roshna Roy, Assistant Professor, Dayananda Sagar University, City Campus from Bangalore. And the topic of him is existential nihilism and shrinking sensitivity, an insight into Philip Larkin. Welcome on the platform.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. So my topic is existential nihilism and shrinking sensitivity, an insight into Philip Larkin. So before we get into the topic, I would like to give a little bit of introduction about Philip Larkin, who was born in 1922 and was a remarkable artist during the second half of the 20th century, who ideally contributed poetic excellence to the literary tradition. So the poet felt the need to create an art form that describes...
Sorry to interrupt, Dr. Roshna Roy. We are having only 7 minutes. After 7 minutes, I'll invite Barbara, ma'am.
I will try my best to finish this.
I'll invite her.
Okay, ma'am. Okay. So, yes. So the poet felt the need to create an art form that describes the universal inner conflict of mankind during the 20th century. So the distraction from the war shattered the belief system and questioned the significance of religion. So he expresses, through his writing, he expresses, it is happiness that provokes poem, that provokes a writer to write. It's very difficult to write about being happy, very easy to write about being miserable. So we see a tendency, in the poet, where he's constantly saying that it is very difficult for me to write when I'm very happy. There's a style that he followed, the frequent obscurity, clear and comprehensive language, use of familiar words, extended metaphor and similes, descriptive and confessional medium of expression. All these styles were very new then. So he invited a lot of controversy, and people found very difficult to express or to introduce Larkin as a poet, as a pioneer, or as a wonderful poet. So the uncertainty of life after the World War, uh, the uncertainty of life and the dark reality questioned the belief system of human existence and their individuality. So the 20th century writers reflected their own fragmented mindset and withdrawal temperament through their works. Existentialism came to the distinction in literature and philosophy of the 1940s and 1950s in Europe under the concern with the concept of human existence. So everything is centered on the individual's experience on Earth and the limits that one has. So existentialists leave human beings free to make their own decision and are completely responsible for their own will. They believe that people learn about themselves best from their own experiences. So when Larkin started writing in the 1940s, humanism was being questioned again and again, and existentialism emerged and laid claim to the humanist heritage. The dichotomy between dreamlike expectation and men's bad habit of expectancy displayed through his works is intended to dismantle this philosophy. So philosophy of existentialism is used to describe the dilemma in the modern man's life. It's about the subjective decisions of the single individual, decision about his own life and responsibility that fall on him and the choices he makes in his life. So his idea about love. Now I'm going to talk about his idea of love, which is also seen to be often sentimental, and they follow a sure understanding of the biological reunion or mechanism to ensure the human race reproduction. The idea of love and marriage justifies Larkin's preference for isolation. Larkin's view on marriage, life, sexual relationships were extremely doubtful, which certainly stem for him from his childhood experiences and from the happenings around him. His personal view of honest sex or proper sex was not very convincing and logical. The concept of love and marriage portrays his personality and the changes that happened around England during his time. So Larkin's constant distraction between love and marriage, whether to enjoy the pleasure or to lead a life in self-control, his fear of rejection and discontent became a recurring belief for the poet. The doubt of being incapable in adjusting himself like the other married men and getting trapped with the same person for the longest time was disturbing and awful for the poet. The speaker prefers to live alone and companionless throughout and does not want to just waste his time and energy on someone who is unlikable because of the scenario, because of the situation. The unadorned expectations and unfulfilled desires of the poet are making him more fearful and hopeless, and he adopts the pace of melancholy rather than expressing his love towards women. He says, the women expect true love, loyalty, and marriage from their partner, whereas the poet is extremely confused and perplexed with the idea of love and marriage. So he passionately desires to get involved into physical relationship for pleasure, but at the same time, he's baffled with the uncertainty of life. So we see there's a conscious conflict of discontentment and disappointment throughout his works. He frequently shows a sense of attraction towards the unknown. The appreciation and praises are mostly for someone whom the poet barely knows. A sense of comfort and hope could be unveiled through the poet's obsession for strangers. So he reveals an impression of security and freedom towards the strangers, whereas he shows a feeling of hopelessness and bondage towards the one he is in love with. So, the obsession with harsh reality and time is often seen in most of his poems. The reality and imagination are absolutely in contrast. The poet mirrors the worldly fantasies as momentary and as an illusion. The works reflects a sense of confusion and and where the poet is extremely unsure and unhappy with nature's reality. The feeling of losing your loved one is tough and hurtful for the poet, so he chooses to remain abandoned and lonely throughout his life. The fear of death constantly affects Larkin's life, and the internal conflict takes away his will to live life freely. Larkin employed existentialism to render as faithfully as possible man's predicament in the modern world. He handled the issue of pessimism, that is the another way to recognize existentialism, very carefully through his works. In his works, the individual is shown to be isolated and in need to choose an act in order to shape his own destiny. This feeling raises anxiety in him. Moreover, this anxiety is aggravated by the consciousness that man is alone in a godless universe, with no moral values or standards to guide him. Sadness, dissatisfaction, deprivation, anxiety, isolations are recurrent and are very common themes in his poetry. Deprivation is for him what daffodils were for Wordsworth. Larkin can be said to contribute to the fashioning of the new consciousness of man's reality. It is the need for man, the frail creature condemned to be free and anxious in his paradoxical situation. Thank you so much.
So now we invite Barbara ma'am to speak anything about her.
Thank you, Dr. Rachna Roy. I listened with rapt attention, and I find that quite interesting, I must say. And I understand that the sentiment of the writer and the philosopher. You know, the philosophy of existentialism is something that we all can relate with or to, as it were.
Absolutely.
It's okay to exercise fears. It's normal. It has its positive and negative sides to it. However, as a child of God, as a lover of Jesus, as someone whom I have accepted that Jesus took a curse for my sake, I lean more on his word in order to allay my fears and abase myself. How do I do that? Knowledge is power. Bible says that in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was God, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. And it says in the presence of God there is liberty. What is liberty? Liberty is relative. Is relative to whomever has an understanding. And what do I mean by this? The freedom that we're speaking about, which is one of the things that the philosophy of existentialism addresses. If you're caught in the web of fear, you lose your liberty, you lose your freedom. That does not take away the fact that the things, that the realities of life, that the space gives and takes, which we have no power, absolutely no power over, that does not mean we can steal them. The only way we can steal them is to remain in faith constantly through understanding with the word of God. What does the word of God say about this? If you lose a person, for instance, or you keep having fears of loss or anything, that is not going to steal it. That is not going to stop it. What the word of God will do is that when you find yourself in trouble places, because one thing about life is either you're getting into trouble, or you're leaving one trouble, or you're about to get into one. You're either solving problems one way or the other. That's why I used the word relative earlier. So what this does is, what does the word of God say? The word of God builds you. It builds you. When pain comes, you take it as, Lord, I trust you, because you don't know what it is, why it is that it has happened, or it could be a fault of ours. Like now, when COVID broke out, for instance, some people took measures, preventive measures. Some thought, oh no, it couldn't do anything to me. I have faith, nothing is going to happen to me. Some people were vulnerable because they were at the age, a vulnerable age, which we were informed about. So awareness had gone ahead. That did not take away the fact that millions, thousands of people died from the COVID epidemic. Am I right? So what does this do? We take it, we have to learn to accept the things that we cannot change and live with them in trust to God Almighty, who made you and I, because you and I don't have power over ourselves. The only thing that we are responsible for is the way we accept the things that we have absolutely no power over. For instance, I did not know I will be at this meeting today until a few hours ago. I am privileged to be amongst, distinguished, eminent personalities. Academias, okay? I try to do the best I can do within the power that I believe that I can operate by God under grace. I cannot break myself to do outside the grace that He has availed me per time. So when I want to do beyond that, that is when we begin to have problems. I think the world, yes, we go to school to have knowledge, to develop ourselves and the rest of it, but I think we're becoming too theoretical for the God place in our lives. I don't know if you understand that. I try to, however, I disagree about when you talked about not being able to come up with certain maybe rights or bring up ideas when you're not happy. For me, for some people, that is their best time ever. I wrote a song, for instance, Heartbreaking. I was going through a heartbreak that point, and you need to listen to that song. It will heal you. It's therapeutic. And I think that everything happens for good. Like the Bible says, all things happen together for good for those that love God and are called according to His purpose. It is because we are so fixed in our minds as academians that no, this is how it has to be and all of that, then we do not give God the chance, the word of God, a chance to pass through us and heal us. And then we decide this is where we want to be. But however, like I said earlier at the beginning of this commentary session, I completely understand because we are only humans. But let us allow ourselves and then also lend our shoulders to one another, because that is why there is relationship in the first instance. We should get to a point whereby we're able to share. We're not bringing down one person, somebody who has confided in you, and you're looking at that person, oh, this thing couldn't happen to me. It can happen to anyone. It can happen to everybody, but time and chance happens. Thank you, Dr. Rachna Roy. That was a fantastic one.
Thank
We
you.
were captivated by your stories, Miss Barbara, which were related to her topic. Thank you. Now
Thank
we
you,
are
ma'am.
having a third speaker, Dr. Madhua Bhamik, Associate Professor, Department of English from Derogio Memorial College, Kolkata. And the topic is Bollywood and visual culture, a thread uniting India. And you're having only 7 minutes.
A very good afternoon. Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay, all right. With the kind permission of respected chair, I would begin my talk without further delay since I have got only 7 minutes in hand. The title of my paper is Bollywood and Visual Culture, a Thread Uniting India. Indian visual culture is a harmonious blending of multiplicity, plurality, and diversity. The architectural splendor of innumerable religious buildings, cave paintings, Buddhist carvings, monuments, frescoes, sculptures are splendid examples of the interconnection of different religions. Further, we have our tradition of puppetry and the folk art of scroll painting. These earlier forms of visual culture are as important to understand India's socio-cultural dynamics as the advanced categories of visual technologies like photography and cinema. According to Satyajit Ray, the most revered and pioneer film directors of India, cinema is the most potent and versatile art form. As far as Indian cinema is concerned, Bollywood, the Hindi cinema industry, is the largest cinema industry of India, drawing the largest number of spectators. Bollywood cinema is unique in its own style and has palpable elements of India in it, which is marked by locations, costumes, and settings as portrayed both in the films and in the promotional advertisements of them. These are the various components which constitute the visual culture of Bollywood. Being the largest platform of Indian cinema, it has palpable influence on the everyday lives of common people and is a primary form of Indian public culture. This public culture can be perceived to address the complex and fluid interaction that exists between the categories of elite and mass culture in India. Bollywood and its Hindi cinema and the associated visual culture can be viewed as a hybridization which has accommodated and adapted various influences. It can be studied as a curious and interesting platform to provide an integrative quality to hold the multiplicities and diversities of Indian visual culture. Bollywood cinema is a source of peeping into the cultural differences based on diverse economic strata, acculturation of Western culture by today's Indian youth, the different regional cultural specificities, the cultural differences between the sophisticated and the so-called uncouth classes of Indian society. All of these diversified elements can be studied through an analysis of the setting, costume, makeup, and general look of the movies. An analysis of certain Bollywood releases and an attempt to locate the diverse visual culture projected through them would help us trace a link provided by Bollywood to bind the multifarious cultures of India together and trace a continuum provided by Bollywood to the Indian socio-cultural perspective. Two States is a Hindi movie which has the story of a Punjabi girl and a Punjabi boy and a Tamil girl hailing from two essentially different cultural backgrounds who vow not to get married to each other until their parents happily agree to it. This movie is an interesting study of how visual culture throws light into the regional cultural differences of the country. The very beginning of the movie sets the tone right when the paintings of various states of India, along with the representative monuments of those states, can be seen. Finally, the scene ends with the map of India, signifying that though the people belonging to these states are diverse from each other as far as their cultural practices, costumes, food habits are concerned, ultimately their common identity is that they are all Indians. Another movie, Highway, centers around a character called Veera, a would-be bride belonging to an extremely rich and well-reputed family. Just before the day of her marriage, she is abducted by a character called Mahabir. She is huddled in a storehouse from where, in a bid to escape, she is caught by her abductor. The latter gives her the chance to run away if she could. Veera starts running frantically in order to escape from the clutches of her abductor, but falls down on a barren heath. The visual impact of this scene is stunning. The heath is arid with fissures all over. This symbolizes the emotional sterility of Veera, who had been a victim of sexual abuse as a child, for whom this desperation of running represents an attempt to run away from the horrors of her childhood memories, which consistently haunt her. When she falls down on the barren heath and looks up, she sees the vast expanse of the sky with uncountable stars twinkling in it. This panoramic view of the sky seems to liberate her from all her anguish, and she starts running back to her abductor. Not a single word is spoken in the scene, but the art of visual culture says it all. Her abductor becomes her confidante, and she vents out all the suppressed memories of her past to him. The next scene is that of sunrise, symbolizing not only the ushering in of a new day, but also the promise of a new life for Veera. Another movie which I'm going to quickly refer to is Bajrang.
No, Mahua, you're having half minute because already it is being delayed. The session is very much delayed.
Yeah, I know. Okay. So maybe then I'll have to skip the next part. I'll just.
Yes, I just want your last line. Last line.
Okay. So
next time I'll invite you. Next time I'll invite you and listen everything. Now
yeah,
only.
actually this was a very detailed paper. Anyways, so and another thing which I'm going to add to it is that the kind of Hindi that is used by Bollywood, which has an integrative quality of its own, because this Hindi, has the influence sometimes of Punjab, sometimes of Rajasthan, the various states which are there, which also acts as a unifying link. So I'm going to conclude here. So thus, Bollywood can be considered as a unifying link, which serves as a connecting thread, bridging differences and blending the multifarious cultures and languages of India through its diverse visual cultures. Bollywood can be perceived as an agent of linguistic and cultural continuum, connecting the multifarious visual cultures and languages of India, thus realizing Swami Vivekananda's dream of India being a country of unity in diversity. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for finishing so fast. Now I want only 1 minute, Miss Barbara, to comment on her presentation. We can't hear you. We can't hear you.
You read my mind, Professor Dr. Richa Ranjan. Mrs. Marshall Roy, this was more like enlightening us and stating pretty quite the obvious with what we've seen with, the Indian movies and storytelling and all of that. I mean, I grew up loving Indian films and the arts, the culture and everything. And that made me look very much forward to visiting India. So I think very much so, the Indian
welcome to India. Most welcome.
Quite well. Thank you for that.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you.
So now we are having our next speaker, Dr. Monica Gautam. She's assistant professor from Amity Institute of Education, Lucknow. And she's going to speak on gender equality and equity for happiness and prosperity. And Miss Barbara, you will like it. Welcome, Dr. Monica.
Good morning. Good afternoon, in fact. I'll just share my presentation. Just give me a minute. Is the screen visible? Yes, is the screen visible?
Yes, it is visible.
Okay. The topic is gender equality and equity for happiness and prosperity in society. Sex and gender, they are two different things, although sometimes they are confused, but they are two very different things. Gender refers to the economic, social, and cultural attributes and opportunities that are related with different gender, and what they are supposed to wear, their dress code, their behavior, how they have to behave in the society, the perceptions about people, that comes under the category of gender. So we have certain acceptable roles that are assigned to males and females. And here I would like to mention that although we generally talk about males and females only, but we also have transgenders, we have other genders which you cannot be specifically classified into males and females. But in this paper, we have largely confined ourselves to males and females. To understand, we need to be very gender sensitive. We have to be aware that there are certain inequalities present and we need to address them by being very gender positive. Coming to the term gender equality. Gender equality basically means that we have to give equal resources and opportunities to both men and women, and this has to be equal in different areas. But when we come to the term equity, it is a little different from equality. Here it is like we give the resources, we give the opportunities according to the need of the individual. So we have to be fair. We have to understand that over a period of time, there is a gender which has been subject to different types of restrictions, different types of disadvantages. There have been inequalities, there have been biasness which have been faced by the females. So we need to give them opportunities, we need to give them resources so that those inequalities can be overcome. If we see this picture, it can be very well understood what is equality, that we have three similar boxes, three similar opportunities. But if we see on the right, whatever is being given is according to the need of that particular individual. Now, what are the issues and challenges? Basically, today we see that women are having very restricted access, although over a period of time we can say that there has been an improvement. There have women who are being encouraged to come forward, but if we see on a large scale, we'll see that women are still having a lot of restricted access to resources and opportunities. For example, we can say that they are not free to walk out at any time of the day. They are not so well represented in the legislature, in the executive and judiciary. The number is increasing, but still the number of women in these is still much below what it should be. They also have lesser participation in decision-making processes of their own lives. They cannot take all the decisions of their life. For that also, they have to take permission or they need to depend upon the others. Then there are a lot of gender-based discrimination also. They have lesser access to quality education and education of one's choice. We know that in the present time, girls are being educated, but very often what happens that they are not able to choose the subjects of their choice or a career of their choice because the parents do not want to send them to other countries or other cities. It is also that it's said that these careers are meant for girls. These careers are not meant for girls. So there are certain inhibitions which are still present. Then we also see that women are lesser represented in different leadership positions in the professional world also. And then there's one area of unpaid domestic work where the women are working very hard, but they are still not being acknowledged and appreciated for that. This is a very interesting photograph. Men and women, they are being given opportunity to work. But as we can see from here, going to the workplace in the case of men usually becomes a little easier as compared to women. Because when they step out, they have so many more responsibilities to be fulfilled, so many tasks to be completed, because it is believed that the first job of women is to take care of the house, to take care of the family. So even if they are stepping out of the house, these tasks are not taken away from them. It is that they have to do these tasks and then maybe go to their workplace. Coming to some other, this I've already discussed. Okay, now when we are talking about inequalities, one thing that we need to remember that it's not only women. Men also have certain stereotypes to follow. It's not that they are also free to do whatever they want to do. So if a man decides that I do not want to work, I want to stay at home and take care of my children, then there will be many people who will be making fun of him because he is expected to possess those masculine qualities of being the boss, of taking care of the family, of not being a person who stays at home and nurtures the family. He is supposed to be the breadwinner. In many situations, men also are facing a lot of bias because they are not supposed to do things, even if they want to do those things, just because it does not come under the category of of men related dominations or areas in which men are supposed to work. Now, what is the impact of this gender biasness? Somewhere our society is affected. If an individual is there who is not able to live life the way he or she wants.
Dr. Monica, only 30 seconds.
Okay, okay. I'll just quickly wind up.
Yes.
So if we
Yes.
actually want to ensure that women and men have a good life, we need to ensure that they are given the opportunity to live the life they want to do. They are financially independent. We need to give freedom to women to participate and actualize their own potential. We have to give them appropriate healthcare, eliminate all forms of biasness. And once we have a society in which both men and women are able to actualize their potential, they are happy, then they will be in a position to stay happy. And when individuals are happy, we can say that the country can progress. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
It was nice hearing you. Now I'll invite Miss Barbara to say a few
Yeah,
words
thank
about
you.
Monica. We can't hear you.
So much, Dr. Monica Watam. I'd like to quickly say that I find this.
Yes, yes. Now,
Can you hear me?
yes.
Can you hear me? Okay, I find issues like this interesting, perhaps because I'm not groomed by what's societal stereotypes. I allow myself function under the word of God as much as I'm a social bird. Don't get that wrong. I'm a very social bird, but I know that I am not of myself. So I have to be of whom I am made in his image totally. I think how we arrived at this societal stereotype is basically speaking about marriage now, basically not functioning under the concept of marriage as given by God. So I'm speaking in terms of marriage now. So people begin to have issues because they do not understand, in the first instance, the concept of marriage. Marriage is not about you or I. It is about the person who instituted it in the first instance. So if we are able to understand the concept of him who instituted marriage, I think we'll have less problems. We would have more cooperation as man and woman understanding our functions and responsibilities. And then cooperation becomes an easier thing that is begotten from love, understanding, and wisdom. Now, speaking about society at large, I tell the women I mentor, I said, look, I cannot be subjugated by any man, because the space is there for everyone to take your place. It is only under marriage that I know that there is hierarchy, as in the male and woman relationship, regardless of whatever your position. I know the man will always be the head of the family as written and as, within the tenets of God's word. I would not go contrary to that. And I would not ask any woman, I do not care whether you're a professor of this, once you have agreed to come into marriage, you must understand that you must respect your husband, and then you beget his love, or the man loves you and then he begets your respect, your submission. Perhaps I'm going to have an opportunity to speak about that as I hope I get an opportunity. However, in the society at large, we are equals.
Yes,
We are equals. So I'll rest my case and at that the moment, you understand, because he says, I like to quickly corroborate that. He says he made them male and female, and he blessed them both. I'd like to end it there for now. Thank you for this opportunity once again.
Thank you for your insights, Ms.
Thank you,
Barbara.
Dr. Monica Gotham. The paper was really nice, and I understand your sentiments, trust me. But I'm certain that we all need to come together. We need to break this virtual networking and do something more physical, more actual, so that we can take our place as women
the
of
topic was
valor,
more
women of
sensitive,
virtue
Dr.
in
Monica.
the world at large. And will be a
Dr.
blessing
Monica?
to our men.
Yes. So now I call upon the next speaker. There are two speakers, I think so. Paper is present by two of them, Swati Soni and Dr. Shalini Kashmiria. And the topic is international perspective of decriminalization and legalization of cannabis and analysis. Welcome on the board.
Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes. You're from where?
Yes. Let me introduce myself. My name is Swati Soni, and I am PhD research scholar in Department of Laws, Himachal Pradesh University, Himachal Pradesh, Shimla, Himachal Pradesh, India. Thanks for giving me opportunity to present my paper in this international conference. Thank you so much. And the title of my research paper is International Perspective on Decriminalization and Legalization of Cannabis and Analysis. So the basic objective of writing this research paper is to offer a glimpse into the ill effect as well as the medicinal value of cannabis, first of all, and then to investigate the factors leading to decriminalization and legalization of cannabis use in different countries of the world, and to analyze its impact upon the health and the economy of the different countries of the world. The cannabis, popularly known as marijuana, it is a psychoactive drug, psychotropic substance. So it is a mind-altering drug that is produced from the cannabis sativa plant, and it has over 480 chemical compounds, and THC content known as the tetrahydrocannabinol is believed to be the main ingredient that produce psychoactive effect in that particular drug. And it is used for both therapeutic purpose, medicinal purpose, and for recreational purpose. So the major form that are used are the bhang, charas, and the ganja. So I would like to share the data regarding the cannabis use in the world. So according to World Drug Report 2023, in 2021, to 19 million people, that is around about the 4% of the adult population of the world, they have used cannabis. And over the previous 10 years, there has been 21% increase in the number of cannabis users. And cannabis use continued to be more prevalent in North America, where 17.4% of people between the age of 15 to 64 reported using cannabis in 2021. And the proportion of women who use cannabis varies by continent and by subcontinent, from 9% in Asia to 42% in North America. And there are various effects of cannabis use, various health effects, like when marijuana is smoked, the THC content or other chemicals in the plant pass from the lungs into the bloodstream, which rapidly carries them throughout the body to the brain. So the person begins to experience effect almost immediately. So many people experience a pleasant euphoria effect or the sense of relaxation. So there are many short-term effects and long-term effects of marijuana use. And short-term effect includes heightened sensory perception, laughter, altered perception of time, and increased appetite. And the people who take large doses of marijuana may experience an acute psychosis, which includes hallucinations, delusion, and loss of sense of personal identity. And long-lasting effect, it includes the cannabis dependence and schizophrenia. So it has medicinal properties also, therapeutic properties also. It can be used to treat pain, nausea, post-traumatic stress disorder, and epilepsy, glaucoma also. And just if talking about the decriminalization and legalization of cannabis, there is a thin line difference between these two terms, the legalization, what is legalization, and decriminalization. So if we talk about the legalization, in context of legalization of cannabis, a person can possess or consume cannabis within the restriction set by the state, and these restriction could be regarding the age limit of the person. Only adult persons, they are allowed to consume or possess cannabis up to a certain amount. So restriction could be regarding the age limit of the person or the amount that could be possessed by the person. And what is, the person will not be prosecuted for possessing cannabis within the restriction set by the state. That means the state is going from prohibition to regulation techniques. And in case of decriminalization, the criminal punishment is basically replaced by other civil sanctions or reformative techniques such as drug education or the drug treatment.
You're having 30 minutes, 30 seconds.
Oh, okay, ma'am. Okay, I'll move on to impact. So various countries of the world, they have now decriminalized and legalized the marijuana use for certain purposes, like for recreational purpose, for medicinal purpose, for commercialization, or for cultivation purpose. Then what is the impact of that legalization and decriminalization? What type of experience has been what kind of experience has been faced by the different countries after legalization and decriminalization of the cannabis? So while the legalization of cannabis appears to have increased consumption among Canadians over the age of 25, the results for young people are less clear. So according to the household survey data, adult cannabis user in US state where recreational cannabis use is legal have increased their frequency of usage as a result of decreasing the cannabis price. So some countries have experienced the increasing usage, and some countries have experienced the decreasing usage of cannabis by the youth. And all the countries have experienced that their revenue has been doubled after legalization and decriminalization of the cannabis use there. And just few seconds, ma'am. I have to discuss my findings and suggestions. Just few seconds. Okay, so
Swati, we don't have time. Please.
Oh, okay, fine. Okay, that's all, ma'am. That's all. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Swati. It was nice. And actually, we are short of time. That's the main issue. And we have to start with the next technical session also.
Okay, fine. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you.
Now we are going to start with our next technical session, session number 4. And I'm going to invite, sorry, today the chairperson is not free this time, is not available. So I'm going to invite Dr. V. Srimati, Assistant Professor from Dayanand Sagar University, City Campus, Bangalore. And she is going to speak about eco-cultural memory in Aryanka, a prelude to laws of the environment. So I welcome Dr. V. Srimati.
Good afternoon. Am I audible?
Yes.
Just give me a minute for the slides.
Okay. Dr. Srimati, you are having only 6 minutes. Actually, we are already delayed for more than hour. So we are
Yes,
having 6 hours.
yeah. The presentation is visible?
Not yet.
Okay. Just a minute. Not able to. Just a minute.
Ma'am, you can continue without PPT.
Okay.
Because we have shortage of time.
No, I'll just take 1 minute. That's all. Just 1 minute, 1 minute. It's coming. Is it visible?
Madam, the screen is visible, but we are unable to see the PPT.
Yes, we can't see.
Okay, fine.
It's not
I'll
a
just-
problem, ma'am. You shall
okay.
present without PPT.
Okay, fine. Fine, sir.
You can continue verbally, Dr. Srimati.
Yes. My topic is eco-cultural memory, a prelude to the loss of the environment. I would like to start with an activity first. We can think of an activity. How many stories do you know about nature, birds, trees, or rivers, or mountains, sea, fish, forests, animals, any in the mainstream literature or the folklore literature? How many of us are aware of the symbolic aspect of our culture? And how the neem trees, for example, in India, neem trees worship to protect the environment for medicinal values or the feel the belongingness with nature. So let us look at this. We have this when we talk about culture. There are three major aspects of culture, that is multiculturalism or the different diversity in culture. They are concrete, behavioral, and symbolic aspect of culture, where concrete includes food, clothing, and celebrations, festivals, and artifacts. And behavioral, usually includes the social roles, the family structure, and the communication and the multiple language use. And the symbolic aspect is the values and beliefs, the value system, your spirituality and religion, and the worldview, and so on. So when we talk about the loss of the environment and injustice to the environment, we have to rely on the symbolic aspect of the culture. So when we talk about another theory based on the cultural memory theory, we usually don't rely on our own indigenous culture, indigenous narrative of the past. So what is the cultural memory in the ongoing process of inventing, forgetting, and reinventing the elements of the narrative of the past? These are some of the basic questions. The cultural memory, that is individual and collective memory of culture, raises these questions. Do we really progress in literature, arts, and science, not by remembering, but deliberately forgetting? How does cultural memory impact the symbolic aspect of our culture? Our social order, is it allowed or veil our memories that society may survive by forgetting? Does the contemporary life require individuals to forget in order to survive or function in the society? So now let me come back to the topic of the paper, that Aranyaka literature. I would like to throw light on Aranyaka literature, which really contributes, it's indigenous literature, contribute to the value system of eco-spirituality and how it aligns with the rhythm of nature. Now, how do we approach eco-spiritual approach to Aranyaka literature? The re-researching of the Indian body of knowledge or literature as eco-cultural memory, the symbolic aspect of cultural diversity and multiculturalism in the post-colonial context, because most of the studies are Eurocentric, ethics and values of human beings towards ecology and environment, and how dynamics of eco-spirituality, how do we study about it in mainstream literature and folk literature. So what is Aranyaka literature? It is derived from Aranya, the forest, and it should be read in the forest. As a distinct category of literature, usually it is described for Vanaprastha. There's one system in India where in a later half of your life, once you're after middle age or maybe in the old age, you are supposed to go to the forest and find out the ways of self-realization. So what is the secret meaning of Vanaprastha and the secret meaning of the sacrifices which is mentioned in the Vedic literature? So the philosophy of particular in the Aranyaka literature, the philosophy of the Vedic literature, that is Mahidasa Aitareya, from Aitareya Aranyaka literature, this paper is focusing on. So in this question, in this philosophy of Aranyaka, Aitareya Aranyaka literature, basic philosophy is the question of who am I, which brought in this trail the other questions is what is supreme consciousness and how shall I be one with that? It led to realize the questions seemingly separate, in fact, two aspects of the same problem. On that, the answer would be, if I know that, I know myself. And if I know myself, I know that. That finally led to the Piti aphorism of Soham, that is, I am that. So this is the basic philosophical speculations of the Aranyaka literature. So understanding and perceiving the truth of the subtle life force. So the Aranyaka literature mainly describes the prana vidya, that is the knowledge of the subtle life force and the rhythm of breath, or the prana vidya and the paramatma vidya, that is the knowledge of the absolute. So the prana vidya majorly includes the rhythm of breath as a connecting force, which leads to the gross world to the subtle world, and the rhythm of 5 elements inside man and outside the environment. And how do we perceive this? Through senses and mind, the inner environment and also the outer environment. And the connection of human body and the soul and the breath, is it really aligned with the environment?
Dr. Srimati, you have to sum up, please.
Yes, these are the basic questions.
I've given you 7 more minutes, not including of your recording and all, your PPT. So kindly sum up.
Yes.
30
Yes.
seconds.
Oh, so these are the basic questions that Aranyaka literature raises, and these are the basic philosophical speculations. And the realization comes to the how do we really do a transform, or what leads to the transformation is the paradigm shift, the eco-cosmopolitics and eco-critical post-humanism. That is, the paradigm shift is focusing back to our literature, the indigenous literature of the folk and the mainstream literature. I think that will be the solution because unless and until we don't strengthen the value system, implementation of ecological or environmental laws will be very difficult for us. I think I will conclude my presentation like that.
Thank you, Dr. Srimati. It was very nice. And Miss Barbara would have prayed you a lot. She might have spoke about this topic in very detail, because she is into these all things. And you also have explained beautifully. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And next speaker is Fizana Ashraf Malik, research scholar from School of Management, GD Goenka University, Sona, Gurgaon. So the topic on which she's going to speak is a study on Kashmir artisans creating employment for women artisans towards promoting the handicraft sector.
Hello,
Welcome, Fizana.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Is my
Fizana, you are
screen
having only 6 minutes.
okay, ma'am? I am Fizana Ashram Malik, and today I will be
Madam,
presenting.
kindly turn on your camera.
Sir, my camera is not working. Sorry.
Okay, no problem.
Okay, so I will be presenting a study on Kashmir artisans creating employment for women artisans towards promoting the handicraft sector. Kashmiri handicraft plays an important role in employment generation of Kashmir. Generally speaking, handicraft refers to products manufactured by hand with basic equipment and technology that are typically aesthetic in appearance and traditional in character. Without the use of contemporary machinery, an artisan produces valuable goods by primarily using the resources that are readily available nearby. The handicraft industry is famous not only in Kashmir but all over the world. Handmade goods have become the most dynamic sector for upliftment in Kashmiri economy, also in countries economy. It has been centuries since women artisans are working in handicraft industry. Almost 40% of women contribute in this sector. As per census of handicraft being conducted in 11th plan, the major highlights are 68.86 lakhs artisans, in which 30.25 lakhs are male and 38.61 lakhs artisans are female. Handicrafts are important not just as a source of income from craftspeople but also because of their ability to represent a civilization's culture as well as the dreams and fears of a generation through artistic manifestation. The craftsman dexterous fingers transform every item they touch into a work of art. Women artisans in the realm of handicraft have progressed to the pinnacle of quality and beauty in manufacturing objects of usefulness and decorative value, achieving international acclaim. Many women are able to support their families by accepting my handicrafts as a source of income and employment. The country's industrial basis has benefited greatly from the handicraft sector contribution. The most active industry for the growth of Indian economy over time is handmade handicrafts. Different regions of the nation supply exquisite handicrafts made using a variety of raw material. The World Bank research states that home-based labor is second in importance to agriculture as a source of employment for women. In India, women have long been forced to stay at home and not permitted to work. They used to weave it and create things from it on their own while relaxing at home. And occasionally they even sell it from home while making their own money. Additionally, in ancient times, wives may assist their husbands, but as things have changed, several women have even launched their businesses and achieved great success in this particular industry. So this is my review of literature. After review of literature, my objectives are to find out to find out the role of handicraft industry in providing employment to women artisans. And my second objective is to study the growth and performance of handicraft sector and its effect on women. My methodology is purely from secondary sources. The data was collected from journals, libraries, websites, articles, and visiting many handicraft sectors, research papers, magazines, reports, newspapers, websites. Suggestions. It is clearly evident women work in unorganized sectors. No doubt women artisans are more than men artisans. Kashmir is famous for handicraft sector all around the globe. Kashmiri handicraft is gaining its fame globally. Because of the artisan, mostly women artisans, it is hard for them to keep working as women artisans work and also manage chores at home. As per census of handicraft being conducted in the 11th plan, the major highlights are 68.86 lakhs artisans, in which 30.25 lakhs are male and 38.61 lakhs artisans are female. Government should come forward and help women artisans by introducing schemes, training centers, providing them basic knowledge of handicrafts and using modern tools, providing loans, good wages with health centers so that they can work stress free and also manage household chores. Women are working hard to earn and preserve their culture not only in India but also around the globe. So my conclusions are, in this study, it is clearly shown women artisans are definitely increasing in number. This sector is providing employment to lakhs of women artisans. The majority of women artisans operate in the traditional or organized sector where they are at risk of being exploited and earning major salaries. In social conditions or worse, there aren't many government programs that are slowly focused on advancing women artisans' socio-economic status. Women artisans work hard and also keep their families aloft. They do their best to balance work with household chores. Lots of schemes are introduced and applied, but as many artisans belong to rural areas and are illiterate, it's hard for them to know and apply for these schemes. Despite efforts being taken by the government, lot of considerations and support is needed. Given that more women are working in the handicraft industry, the government should establish distinct welfare programs at the center and state level for women artisans. Thus, an effort has been made in this work to examine the shortcomings and difficulties and to pinpoint any potential solution. Thank you, ma'am. So that's all. Hello? Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay, so that's all.
Okay.
Okay.
Wait a second.
Okay, sir.
Shailaja ma'am, are you there?
Yes, I'm available. I will contact to Richa ma'am.
Yeah. Yeah, Shelja, Dr. Shelja.
Ma'am, her paper presentation is over. We can announce next speaker.
Okay.
Kindly stop your presenting.
So,
okay.
So we are having a third speaker, Hamza Jamal Jassin. She's research scholar and she's from Department of Linguistics, College of School of Languages, Ahmedabad, Gujarat, from Gujarat University. And her topic is corpus linguistic, analyzing language through large-scale textual data. So you can share your PPT. Hamza?
Ma'am, we are unable to find the third presenter. We shall move to the fourth presenter.
Okay. So next speaker is Harish Sachin, PhD scholar, Department of English, PSG, College of Arts and Science, Coimbatore, India. He's from India. And the topic is news regarding as oral performance in America in Polish jails, news of the world. Is he there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Am I audible?
Yeah, you're audible. You want to make your presentation with PPT or verbally?
I'll move it with the PPT, ma'am.
You're having 6 minutes.
1 second.
Harish, kindly turn on your video.
Yeah, yes, sir. 1 second. Is my screen visible, ma'am?
Harish, we are unable to see your PPT. Yes, now it is visible.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Harish Sachin, PhD research scholar from PSG College of Arts and Science, Coimbatore, India. And I'm going to present on the topic news reading as an oral performance in Wild West America in Paul Giles' News of the World. The News of the World is about a newsreader, a veteran newsreader who spreads news around the farthest part of the world. This book is by Paul Giles, and this book was a finalist for the National Book Award for Fiction. And the objective of this is to create an awareness that news reading was a profession, and it induced change in the society. While West American news reading was a profession, and it also acted as a part of acculturation by bringing together people of 3 different cultures in Wild West America. We're going to explore about news reading as a performance art. We have never seen people. We might have seen people reading news in the television, but during 1870s, in the tavern, when people used to drink and have fun, a guy would be standing and reading the news for them. It was a performance art, but later it induced people's it stirred fire in people, especially the slaves who worked under American people. This is about Captain Jefferson Kyle Kidd, who was a war veteran. He waged war against Red Indians. Later, he has this guilt, so he wanted to make peace with himself. So he started to move towards Wild West America and try to make amends with both the people and himself. He acts as a medium between the acting governance, who wanted people to be slaves and give them minimum wages. He wanted to spread awareness to people about the real life happenings, the real world happenings. Those people who live in the small village in the Wild West America, who couldn't even read, he reads the news for them. News reading brings the society a change in the society. It was at first it was a performance art. People see it like you see him as a clown who spread news, like a woman who gave birth to 10 children in that part of America. But later, when the governance doesn't want the people to know about the real life happenings, he spread those news to the people. This interpretation, his interpretation of the news, act as a catalyst for the change. It's his decision to project people about the news that is happening in the world. He could easily get money by giving information about the government, and he can get money from the government. But he act as a he was a part of the mutiny, and he spreads he act as an oppression against the slavery. This book is regarding a girl who was a German girl who was abducted by Kiowa, a Red Indian people. While his news reading journey, he came across the girl, and now he becomes the protector of the girl. Later, the girl also watches his news reading, and she becomes part of his news reading. News reading is not about entertainment; it is a part of edutainment, education and entertainment. I like to conclude that news reading is not a performance art, but it is a catalyst that changes the society. Thank you.
Thank you, Harish.
Thank you.
And you are on the time. Perfect. In 6 minutes. So now we are having the last speaker with us, Jivitha S., PhD research scholar, PSG College of Arts and Science, Coimbatore, Tamil Nadu, from India. She'll speak about the exploring the gender ambiguity in toddlers' tales. So welcome, Jivitha. Platform is yours.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Jivita, a research scholar for
Can't see
PSG
your
College
video.
of Arts and Science.
Madam,
can't
kindly turn on your camera.
And you're having only 6 minutes.
Ma'am, shall I continue without audio? Sorry, video?
PPT?
No, ma'am, no PPT.
Okay, start.
Is explore tales. The objective of my study is to prove that finding and being true to your inner self is necessary to succeed in life. And my study
Jivita
focuses
ma'am,
on how
please
gender
turn on
identity.
your video.
She has left the meeting.
Then Richa ma'am, you can conclude the session.
Okay. So we have come in the end part now. And this was very informative session. We were having 4 technical sessions today, and they all were chaired by different persons. And we had the great personality with us. She was the actor from Nigeria, and her views were awesome. She wanted to speak more, and Dr. Shelja, it's my view that you must invite her next time for sure.
Definitely, ma'am.
Because today I was feeling shy to say every time that please minimize your talk, minimize your speech. So next time we'll be inviting her for sure. And today we were having great intellectuals in the technical session. They all were from India. Some were research scholars, and some were the professors from the university, and they were expert in their field. And last speaker, I don't know what happened. I think so any technical glitch happened, so she left the meeting. Now I'm going to end, but I'm going to thank again the both organizations. Are one of his university, Mindanao State University, Sulu, Philippines, and Cape Comorin Trust, India, for creating such type of platform. And this is kind of boon to everyone who was attending or who was presenting, everyone. And they jointly have made these conference successful. And that's also the success of Dr. Shelja. I know from yesterday I had the word with her. I think so by 3 o'clock or 4 o'clock we were texting. She was busy for this program, programming this program. Yes, Shelja?
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
And
absolutely. Maybe 4 p.m.
4 p.m. And right from the morning, then also you are on the screen. Hats off to you for your hard work. Hats off. And
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
and I'm really thankful to Dr. Naginder from Sulu State University and Mr. R.S. Regan Silvest and both of them for making the comfort of making the platform more comfortable for the research scholar as well. And it was a great evening and morning with the international speakers. Now, I, Dr. Richa Ranjan, going to sign off over here. And thanks to all of you who were attending and who were on the board with us today. Thank you so much.